How are you doing on this special day? Keeping your motivate in a special way. From
Israel. The same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai, for they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mount. And Shemaiah went up unto Elohim, and Yah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mizraimites, and how I bore you with eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a Kodesh nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Yasharel.
Yah promised he would give us a kingdom. We disobeyed and fell into a syndrome.
We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
Yah said in the lands of our captivity, when we return, he will give us liberty. Return back to our land of nativity, kingdom of peace for the whole wide world to see. Oh yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now.
We are the sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah. Sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
We will reign for 1,000 years with him. Kings and priests having God's law with him. We will pay for the trials and tribulations. That's when the world will pay us our full reparations.
Reparations.
All right. Shabbat Shalom. Happy Black History Month. Let me get this audio here together. Man, I tell you, brothers and sisters, we have a lesson today, and you don't want to miss this because I'm going in deep. We're gonna pull out some resources in this lesson. So if you got some friends that want to be brought up to speed on Black History Month, and we're going to go in deep today, brothers and sisters. So We're going to present to you some resources, some of the resources that we have. We're going to give you what I have. There are tons and tons of other resources that we're going to talk about today, but we're going to prove to you that these Greeks were not Caucasian white people. And the agenda of the white supremacists have hijacked the histories of the Greeks and have embraced it as if the Greeks were their own people. So in this lesson, we're going to show you that the Greeks, they had a lot to say about the Europeans who we know today as Europeans who were known today, I should say, the Europeans who were known as Caucasians, but now are classified as European or white now, using the label white, right? So we're going to cover that today. So let's open up. We're going to go straight into it. Open up a prayer and go straight into it today. Father, thank you, praise you for this blessed Shabbat you allow us to see. We pray that you give us the means to be able to communicate in this video, how we can break it down, simplify it, that people who don't have this knowledge of this history could be able to digest what we're going to present on this channel, that it could be also shared in classrooms, in college, universities, high schools, etc., wherever they want to go digging deeper into the history of the world. As we endeavor to go forward, we pray that the peace of God that passes all comprehension keep our hearts and minds through Yahshua the Messiah. As we go into this lesson, we say hallelujah, 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 Torah, amen. Let me do this real quick because I didn't open my chat up yet, so please forgive me. So let's see. Brother King's at it again. Shabbat shalom, my brother. Good to see you on this blessed Shabbat. I can see the trolls are coming in already. Trolls are coming in already. This person here says, what is this BS and where is the proof? So I don't know if this person is still around. We're going to prove to you, we're going to read from you, from Greeks. We're going to read to you what the Greeks had to say, okay, about your ancestors, the Europeans, the North, people who settled in the north of the Mediterranean. Okay, we're going to talk about him. So if you stick around, my brother, and let me see, hold on a second. Let me add so I can get my, how do I do this here? Let me do this so I can add my screen so y'all can see my screen. Okay, there we go. All right. And let's bring this, I lost myself in here. Where am I at? Oh, I see what I need to do. Right here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's do it this way. Let's matter of fact, I want to do this here. Okay, there we go. All right. Now, let's go back to where I was here. Okay. All right, there we go. So we're good. Okay, now. So, look, I just want y'all to see the trolls are here, right? How lame you people are. Listen,
You're gonna learn today.
So I want you to stick around. Fastest monkey, I guess that's what it is. Fastest monkey. You're gonna learn today, brother. You came to the right channel. I'm not intimidated by trolls. We're gonna present to you some hardcore facts, right? Shabbat shalom, brother. Elias Stone. Shabbat shalom to you and your family, your household on this blessed, reasonably comfortable winter day. We made it through the deep freeze. I meant to ask you, how has your week been, everyone? Tresky and Coach Cynthia, Shabbat Shalom, family. Love you all down there in Jacksonville. Love everybody, really. But I mean, I have a special love for our Tracy. That's my brother in the covenant, and my brother in the in the NFL. Even though we had a rough season this season, but we'll be back for 2026 season. All right. Okay. So so for all you trolls who's going to troll today, we're going to give you some references. Many of you have never heard of, let me ask this question. Let me ask it the old pal talk way. How many of you, the viewers that are listening, that have access to a keyboard, ever heard of the author by the name of J.A. Rogers? If you have heard of author J.A. Rogers, press 1. Right? If you have not heard of author J.A. Rogers, press 2. Right? Now, I'm going to say this here. If you never heard of J.A. Rogers and you never read his book, we're going to read from a piece from both of his books. And I want you to come back next Shabbat, because next Shabbat, we're going to go in deep. We're going to show you how that the Negroes, right, the blacks that the whites want to suppress, the history and knowledge, according to J.A. Rogers, the blacks was all over, even in Europe. He's got sources and references. We're going to show you some pictures today. So look, if you're a historian, if you're a black history teacher, I got a nephew, he teaches black history in a university. So if you're a black history teacher and you teach history, right? If you go to HBCU and you teach black history and you don't teach, you don't present any Greek history from Greek historians. You don't present any history from people such as J.A. Rogers, right? And others, the way his contemporaries. We'll get into some of them a little later, or maybe next Shabbat, once we go in deeper into J.A. Rogers' books, the 2 books he had. We're going to, matter of fact, let me do this real quick here. I'm going to get your appetite wet, right? I'm going to show you this up front, right? So look at my screen here. And I want you to see this right here, right? This is a page from J.A. Rogers' book. And if you see here on the screen, let me go over here. If you see here on the screen, it says Negroes from Ancient Greece. I know that's going to make some white supremacists mad. Look at that. Negroes from Ancient Greece. And these are relics, right, that are in the archives. Now, if you look down here, it says Artemis is number 1. That's Artemis. See where my mouse is? That's Artemis, right? Number 2, the goddess of chastity. That's number 2. That's a female. She got pants on. Uh-oh. A female with pants on. The goddess of chastity. Number 2. Okay, I gave you the wrong one. Number 1. This is 1. I'm sorry. This is all 1. This is all 1. Okay. Then 2's here. 2 said Negro Amazon. So you have Negro Amazon, right? Look at that. Amazon. So Amazon, the people that you support financially and buy products from Amazon.com. Well, Amazon goes back to Black Greeks. Every time you say Amazon, ignorantly, you are calling forth of blacker than black Greeks. Right?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
I know y'all mad. I know y'all white supremacists getting mad as hell now. I know y'all getting mad as hell. I'm starting off hot. All right. Now look. So it says Negro Amazon left center vase. Okay. And Negroes with white women, lower soldiers. Right. Okay. Lower soldiers. Okay. Negroes and white women. There you go. That's the one he's talking right there. Okay. So that's in J.A. Rogers' book. That's in J.A. Rogers' book. All right. So we got a lot of twos. Somebody put a 3 in there. All right. Shabbat Shalom. Who's that? A coat? Sherry. Shabbat Shalom to you and your household. Let's bless the Shabbat. Shmaria. Shmaria. Shabbat Shalom to you, your household. And good to see you on this Shabbat. Who's that? Truth of Yah is online. Truth of Yah. Shabbat Shalom. Truth of Yah. Put it 2. Oh man, y'all gonna be in for it today.
You gonna learn today.
I'm gonna tell you something that J.A. Rogers said. So y'all gotta stick around to the end because I want to deal with the Greeks first. But J.A. Rogers, he said that his words, the Jews were originally black. That's what he said in the book. J.A. Rogers said the Jews in the book. I'm gonna show that to you. And so y'all hang around to the end. As quiet as it's kept, people want to lie and change the narrative. We're gonna show you how Europeans have changed everything, have falsified and lied, gave you a false revision history, so the white supremacists can be on the top, right? We're gonna show you what the Greeks had to say about all of that, right? Now, who we got here? Lamar, please give a prayer for mother and family. My mom needs prayer. She is resting at home. 95. You're getting weaker every day. Oh, pray. We certainly pray for the strength of your mom. Man, it's a blessing to have a mom that made it to be 95. Man, praise Yah. We certainly have her in our prayers. Pray that Yah gives her strength. Hallelujah. All right. Okay, are y'all ready? Now, we're going to start out with Herodotus, right? So we're going to prove to you, right? Let me open up my notes over here. I'm not going to put my notes on the screen just yet. Okay. So we're going to prove to you that the ancient Greeks were not white. They were not white, right? They were not Caucasian or Caucasians, because Caucasians is a terminology that goes back to people who live in the Caucasus Mountains, which they call that region of Asia, right? Europe became named after, I think we're going to read that, after 3 female deities. Europa was a female. Okay. So I don't want to get too deep into that. Okay. So we're going to prove to you that the ancient Greeks were not white or Caucasian. We will discuss how Aristotle, who was, right, a melanated Greek. He was a melanated Greek historian. In other words, he was probably more of my complexion. And no, for the record, I don't have any immediate white ancestry. That's not why I'm light skinned. For those of you that don't know, black people or so-called Negroes come in different shades. And it's not necessarily a result of an admixture, right? Some children are born with a lighter hue. That's just how it is. When you go back to the days of Noah had 3 sons that had different hues, right? They didn't all look alike, right? If you look at my brothers and sisters, you'll see we all have different shades. We had the same mother and father, but we all have different shades. I'm the lightest of them all. I'm the lightest of them all. But I don't have any European admixture, right? Immediately, I should say. Okay. Now, with that said, so we're going to prove that the Europeans, the historian Aristotle, who was a Greek historian, melanated historian, right, became known. He viewed how what. Let me back up for a second. The Greek historian who he viewed what has become known as Europeans or whites. According to his writings, he did not think highly of Northwestern civilization, right? So we're going to read some of that today. So for my people who think who want to claim Greeks, for my Caucasian whites who want to claim Greeks as their ancestors, if he was your ancestor and the things that he said about you, I'm telling you. Let's see who this here. Are the blacks really trying to claim a European nation as if Israel wasn't enough? Mr. Pink, I'll answer you with this here.
You're gonna learn today.
There you go. All right. Now, so Aristotle, right, was a melanated Greek. He wasn't white at all. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
I know that hurts. I know that it sticks you in the side. We're gonna let him speak for himself. And then we're gonna let at the end, we're gonna let J.A. Rogers go in deep with his book entitled Nature Knows No Color Line. He's gonna break it down, right?
You're gonna learn today.
All right. So according to his writings, he did not think highly of Northwestern civilization as the time shifted as a result of European colonialism after the Dark Ages of Europe, when whites became civilized, because we're going to show you that according to the Greeks called the Europeans, not outside of Greece, he called them barbarians. We're going to show that to you. All right. So according to the writings, he did not think highly of Northwestern civilization as the time shifted as a result of European colonialism. They hijacked the Greek culture. The Europeans embraced the terminology white. It started with Blumenbach. I want to say that was his name. I might be incorrect in saying it, but we'll bring it out for you in this lesson. He called the skull beautiful. And anything that had white features, that was the beginning of the terminology or the group class called whites. Right? Now, for the record, there are no white people. But that's a label that was used, and they hijacked the Greek culture, who Greeks felt that they were supreme rulers of the world at that time, and everybody else lacked the intelligence and the ability to govern themselves or the world. Morris says, who carries the heritage of birth involving a white European mother and black father? Mixed heritage. Let's see. Who carries the heritage of birth involving a white European mother and a black father? Mixed heritage. Well, I think that might be a rhetorical question you're asking me. I think you already know the answer to that. The household follows through the father, right? According to the biblical records, the houses are numbered by the fathers, right? Now, modern Europeans Uh, a certain specific, I'll just say the 1948ers have flipped the script and have made it connect to the mother. But in the Torah, the Tanakh, specifically Torah, the houses were numbered by the fathers, not by the mothers. Okay. So hopefully, prayerfully, that answers the question. I know it's a rhetorical question, right? Okay, now, so the European colonialists hijacked the Greek, right? They hijacked the Greek history, flipped the script, and made it as if it was their own, right? Okay. In doing so, right, they used that methodology to enslave melanated people in the transatlantic slave trade, right? So that's how they were able to justify, because when they all grouped together under the label called white, the barbaric, uncivilized Europeans who became enlightened, right, hijacked the fallen Greek cultures and Egypt, because Greek stole the Egyptian culture and knowledge and embraced it as it was their own. So as the world powers begin to shift, people begin to conquer lands, they begin to steal history. They begin to reshape history. They begin to the Greeks Hellenized history because it was a black history before it was a Greek history, right? Both the Greeks, both the Egyptians and the Babylonian civilization were Negroid civilizations. Then the Greeks came into power, and the Greeks were Hellenized. They were melanated people. They weren't African Edenic people, but they some of them looked similar to the people of color, right? They intermarried and intermingled amongst African Hamitic people, which gave them melanin, right? That's where you get your tan white people from, right? We're gonna share all of that as we go further, right? All right, now, so with that said, the Europeans hijacked the history. They stole the history of the African, Hamitic, Edenic, Cushitic people, right? Because you do know that the biblical lands, when you go to the Bible, let me do this for those of you that you say you believe in the Bible. Let me do this for you, okay? Go to Genesis 10 real quick, and we'll get back into Aristotle because I want to put a nail in the coffin. Okay, so let's go in here to Genesis 10. And now we're gonna look right here. Let's blow this up a little bit. Let's see, blow it up. We're gonna look at. I want to get to Cush right here, right? So here, look at this right here. This is for those of you Bible-toting Christians that say you believe in the Bible. This is the Bible. This is the Bible. If you say you're a Christian and you believe in the Bible, then you're governed. You don't have to believe nothing I say. But you say you're a Christian and you follow the Bible, then the Bible tells you the history of us all, right? So week after next, after we go through J.A. Rogers, I'm going to bust open this false narrative of the Hamitic hypothesis and the white burden. Right? I was going to do it this week, but let me go ahead and shift the gear here. We're going to go to the Greeks here, right? Since we're in Black history, right? Now, so Genesis 10 says, Cush begat Nimrod, right? Let's back up for a second because I got to take you to where we need to be. Right? The sons of Ham are Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan, right? The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, Sabteka, and the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be the mighty one in the earth. Watch this now. And he was a mighty hunter before Yah. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod was a mighty hunter before Yah. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, in the land of Shinar, and that went out forth Asher that built Nineveh, Rehoboth, and Calah, Racing, Nineveh, Calah, the same great city, right? So that is your Cushite, right? So now, if you say you believe in the Bible, the land where Abraham came from was called the land of Cush or the land of Ham. Okay? So that was a territory that was governed and ruled by a Hamitic black man by the name of Nimrod. Let me do another explosion there, right? Matter of fact, am I right? Am I right? Okay, now let's see. We got a comment here. Let's see what he's saying here. Arguably, Roman forced Mediterranean culture on Germanic tribes. And if Romans admired the Greeks, so do you. Carthage is in Africa, so Yah was mixing. Uh, Mr. Pink, we're gonna cover that. But to your point, J.A. Rogers nails that. The author that we're going to cover a little later on covers that. J.A. Rogers covers that, right? It was a whole lot of mixing going on up in that region. Okay? So that explains why when you do your ancestry DNA, a lot of white people hate this, but this is the truth. You're going to find some black relatives somewhere. I got some, matter of fact, when I did my ancestry DNA, I saw some Irish people that was totally Irish Caucasian white that came up as like a third or fourth cousin. And they was like, I don't have no black people in my family, right? The reality of the matter is, to your point, Mr. Pink, there was a whole lot of mixing going up in that region, my brother. We're going to talk about a little bit of that if I get to it. Even the Turks, a whole lot of mixing going on up in that region. So a lot of people that look white got some African ancestry in your DNA. You know, it's how the saying goes, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. How many of y'all ever heard it before? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Right. And exactly right. Hey, Dr. Crispy Johnson, welcome to the channel. Exactly. There were black Irish people. They were black. If y'all give me a chance and stop asking me questions, let me present my lesson. I'm gonna bring out some receipts because see, people get offended when they see a title of video. They want to try to distract. So can you let me do my lesson? Right? Okay. All right. Now, so with that said, the other civilizations which we're going to cover because the Greeks borrowed from the Egyptians. So Egypt was a son of Ham. So let's go back over here to Genesis 10. Those of you that follow the Bible, right? Ham had a son. Where am I at here? Okay. Ham begat Misraim. So where's Misraim? Man, let me see. Cush begat. Okay. Mizraim. Here we go. So let me back up for a second. So Cush begat Mizraim, which is the second son. Right here, Cush begat Mizraim, the second son, according to the biblical account, right? Mizraim. Mizraim is the Greeks changed the name from Mizraim to Egypt. That's where you get Egypt from, right? But prior to that, that's why I said the Egyptians, the Greeks hijacked Egyptian territories and renamed them after the Greeks' custom. Gave them Greek names, right? The Greeks changed the name of Mizraim, right, which means upper and lower in the Hebraic tongue. They changed the name from Mizraim to Egypt. That's why if you listen to a Hebrew Israelite teacher such as myself, we always refer back to the original name Mizraim, because that brings clarity to the people, right? Can I get amen?
Amen.
All right. So now, with that said, let's go further. So Mizraim was the son of Cush. We go down here. It says Mizraim begat Ludim, Anamim, Lahabim, and Naptuhim, Pathrusim, Casluhim, out of whom came the Philistines, the Philistim, and Captorim. Right? So that's that. Now, go further, since I'm there, we ain't dealing with the sons of Ham, right? Better tell your pastor and your white supremacists that you can't rechange history. Because ask them this simple, silly question, right? If all men came from one man after the flood, which one of those sons do you say the Negroes came from? And depending on how you answer that question, you might put your foot in your mouth. So Noah had 3 sons after the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And according to some other records that I read, Noah had other sons and daughters outside of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But we won't deal with that today. It's going to take you on a whole nother tangent. We don't want to go that route with you today. So anyway, let's stick with what the King James Version says here. Let's learn that first, and then we'll go graduate into other extracurricular writings. All right? Now, so Mizraim, back in here, Mizraim did what? Begat Ludim, Anamim, Lahabim, Naphthalim, and of whom came the Captorim, Canaan. So now this is what I want to read here. Canaan also was what? The son of Ham. So go back up here to, we're not going to deal with foot just today. We're going to skip foot. We're going to go to Canaan. Canaan, right? Canaan begat Sidon, right? Firstborn Heth, right? That's where your Hittites come from, right? And people want to make Hittites be white. No, they're not. They're from Ham. King Dawid or King David, whichever you prefer, married Bathsheba, who was the wife of the black Uriah the Hittite. She, the black Bathsheba, daughter of Sheba, right, gave to her husband King Dawid, who was ruddy or red, right, like me, red, right, a son who became the greatest king on the earth. And who was that king? King Solomon. All right. Now back to where I was. So Canaan begat Sidon, Heth, and Jebusite, Amorite, Girgasite, Hivite, Archisenite, Aradite, Zemarite, Hamathite. Afterward, where the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. The border of Canaanite was from Sidon, as thou go to Gerar, unto Gaza. So Gaza, Sidon, the Gaza Strip today, in what they call the Middle East, of days of antiquity, was full of black Canaanite people.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Now, I know that doesn't fit good with some people's history. Let's not change history to whitewash to make whites feel superior. Let's read it the way it is, right? Because I'm gonna read this last piece, and we can go back to Aristotle, right? Because I got to bring since you all believe in the Bible, you Bible toting, Bible thumping people, right? Let's go to the book and let's bring clarity to the ethnic nations, and then we can comprehend why there was a need to reshape the lands, right? The prophecy said that Japheth, who is the 3rd son or second, however, whichever history reference you use, Japheth, right? Some say he was the oldest son, some say he was the middle, some say he was the youngest. Depends on which source you go to. But anyway, Japheth, the father of the European nations, including the Greeks and the Romans, right? Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem, right? So that was prophecy. That is how all the known world that was once in antiquities a place of melanated, black complected people, including the Greeks, right? And some of the Romans. We're gonna show you that into this book. You want to tune in next week. You don't want to miss next week because we're gonna go in deep with Jay Rogers. We're gonna show you some stuff. We're gonna make some people mad as hell. They didn't want to publish his book. He had so much stuff in there. He had published his own book. Like me, they're gonna want to publish my book when I get done. Well, I don't have so much stuff in there. I'm gonna have people's heads spinning, right? All right. Now, so I'm gonna show you this last piece, then we're gonna go into Aristotle and show you what he had to say about the Europeans, and it wasn't favorable, right? And they flipped the script. He took it and used it to oppress, fulfilling prophecy that said Yefeth would dwell in the tents of Shem, and that Canaan would be his servant. Right now, here's the thing. So, for those of you that carry the Bible, that believe in the Bible, let's go to Judges chapter 3. All right, we're going to show you who these Canaanites or Hamitic people or black people that lived in the land of what they call the Middle East of antiquities intermarried amongst the descendants of the Negro man Abraham, whose mother was the daughter of Nimrod. That's history. Abraham's mother was a black Cushite woman named the daughter of Nimrod. And I can't recall her exact name at this moment. But if you want me to give it to you at the end, I will. I can pull out my book and give you the name of the mother. Okay, now, with that said, let's see where we at. So, Judges chapter 3, right? We're making the connection that the Israelite people, descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, lived amongst the Canaanites. So let's go to Judges chapter 3, right? Now, Judges 3:1 says, Now these are the nations which Yah left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known the wars of Canaan. Only the generations of the children of Israel might know to teach them war, at the least such as before knew nothing thereof, namely the 5 masters, the Philistines, the Canaanites, Sidonians, Hivites, that dwell in Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon unto entering in of Hamath, right? And they were to prove Israel by them to know whether they would hearken unto the commandments of Yah, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses. Now, I want to say also this happened again when the Greeks came into power, right? The Greeks tried to convert the Israelites. You go to the book of Maccabees, first Maccabees, the Greeks tried to convert the Israelites to become pagan, idolatrous, to follow the deities that they got from Egypt. Zeus being one. Did you know that Zeus was a black deity? We're going to prove it to you as we go further into this lesson. We're going to read it. Okay, now, so here we go. Verse 5 says, the children of Israel, underline it in your Bible, the children of Israel dwelt amongst who? The Canaanites, the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and the Jebusites. They took their daughters to be their wives. So, listen, y'all.
You're going to learn today.
The Israelites took the daughters, you talking about this mixing, took the daughters of the Canaanites to be their wives. They took the daughters of the Hamitic black Negro Canaanites to be their wives. Right? Now, let's go further. All right? And gave the Israelite daughters to their sons. So the Israelite daughters married the Canaanite men, the African, Hamitic, black, Negro, Canaanite men. And they did what? They served their deities.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Huh? Look at that. Right? I'm trying to say. Man, I tell you, let me see.
That's the truth and the true straight way.
That's the truth. So you got to reshape history because the Bible says that the Israelites married the Canaanites, the Hamitic black Negro Canaanites. They married their daughters and they gave their daughters to the black Negro African Hamites, Canaanites in marriage and had children. Now, let's see. Yes, hide the mess. I'm sorry, I didn't know that mess was still hanging around there. Um, let's see. So I see a comment there, Mr. Pink. Uh, so what? We're gonna get to Cleopatra in a little bit. Uh, we'll get to her in a little bit. Okay. You said Cleopatra sounds Irish. No, she wasn't Irish. Okay. Okay. All right. So with that said, we're gonna go into Aristotle, right? So who was Aristotle, right? Aristotle. Now, what I'm going to do this here because I want y'all to see the narrative that is pushed, right? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you when you put Aristotle in the search engine. I'm going to show you, and I ask a question. We're going to follow the story, right? So Aristotle, Aristotle, okay. Now, once you look at my screen, this is what comes up when you put Aristotle in, right? Look at that. See? World History Encyclopedia. Okay. So when you go to let's see, where put all this here. Okay, I want you to see the picture. So when you go to uh your internet sources and you type in Aristotle, this is what pops up, right? That's not what Aristotle looked like, right? Okay. But anyway, let's go back. I'm going to show you some stuff. I'm going to show you some stuff in a second. I just want you to see that. Okay, Aristotle. Okay, it's Aristotle of Stagara, 284 to 322 before the Common Era, was a Greek philosopher who pioneered systematic scientific examination in literal every area of human knowledge, and was known in his time as a man who knew everything, and later simply as philosopher, needing no further qualification as his fame was so widespread. He literally invented the concept of metaphysics single handedly when he or one of his scribes placed his book on an abstract philosophical speculation after his book on physics. Um, Metaphysics literally means after physics and standardized in learning how information is collected, assimilated, and interpreted, and then communicated across numerous disciples, right? So there you have it. So that is when you type in the Greeks and when you type in Aristotle, you get a picture. You get a stone image, just like we just seen here. You get a stone image of a Caucasian with the Caucasian nose, with the Caucasian hair. And if you were to actually see a picture, if you look at the other one, look, they got him looking like this. Okay. Now, that is not an accurate depiction of what Aristotle would have looked like, right? I'm going to table that there because I don't want to go off on the exterior of what he looked like, because I want to deal with the content of what he had to say, right? So Aristotle, right, was a philosopher, and also he was a student of Plato, right? I learned when I went to college about Plato, Aristotle, right, and all the Greek writers, Herodotus, etc. Right? We're going to talk about him today too. All right, now let me go. I got a lot to cover. I'm rambling a little bit. So, Lion Pride giving us the name. He says Abraham's mother's name in the Talmud, specifically Baba Batra 91a, was Amathalia, Amathala, the daughter of Carnibo. She was married to Terah, Abraham's father. There you go. There you go. All right. That's what you call bringing it out. So, brother, I'm telling you. See, we got help. I don't have to do it. We got some scholarly people that join us online. So if I miss something, they're gonna follow. They're gonna say, brother, you said this, but this is what it says over here. All right. So we appreciate our people that tune in, that are scholarly students of history and students of the word. Okay. So praise y'all for that sharing that, brother. All right. Now, Shabbat Shalom, the sons of Yaakov. Good to see my brother. Good to see you. Good to see you on this blessed Shabbat. Now, where was I at here? Okay, so Aristotle. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, good job. All right, so Aristotle was a student of Plato and tutor of Alexander the Greek. So Alexander, right? See, y'all not gonna like me, right? So when you put in Alexander, right? This is what comes up with him, right? Alexander. Okay. So you get images like this. When you put in Alexander, you get images like this. Hold on a second. Okay. You get images like this. I don't know what this attempt to make him colored. But look at his breast. That looks more African. That would probably be more, this image right here, that would probably be more of what he would look like. Not like this one here. He got him looking like a Spanish person, I guess. But so when you put in Alexander, right? So you get pictures like that. Okay. You go back to the narrative, you see pictures like this here. Okay. So yeah, except whatever. Okay. So I want to blow this up so y'all can see. I guess you all can see it. So here we see, this is how they depict Alexander. And that is not an accurate image of what Alexander would look like, right? Okay. All of those Greek people wouldn't look like your average Caucasian European. They wouldn't look white at all. They're not European. So now, Alexander the Greek was tutored by Aristotle. Okay. It says he established the Lyceum School. He revolutionized Western thought by championing empiricism and arguing knowledge comes from sensory experience, right? He believed in a purposeful hierarchical universe. Importance of virtue, logic, and happiness is achieved through moderate, purposeful living. I can concur with that, right? That's actually excellent. Okay. So in the British Encyclopedia, let me just show you what I'm looking at here. This is let's bring this on the screen here so you can go with me. This is British Encyclopedia Britannica. Says Aristotle was born. See that picture of him? The same picture. That's not what he would look like. Aristotle was born 384 BCE, Sturgia, Chalcidice, Greece, died 322, Chalcidice, Euboea, an ancient Greek philosopher and scientist of the greatest intellectual figures of classical antiquity, Western history. He was the author of philosophical and scientific system that became the framework and the vehicle for both Christian scholasticism and medieval Islamic philosophy, even after the intellectual revolutions of Renaissance and Reformation and Enlightenment. Aristotelian concepts remain embedded in Western thinking. Right? So now with that said, okay. So we know who Aristotle was, right? We know when you Google and who controlled the narrative of the images that you see on the internet, the white powers. So when you put in your search engine Aristotle or Alexander the Greek, you're gonna get somebody that looks like a white person from the Caucasus Mountains, which is not the truth, right? Now, so I asked the question. This is the question. This is the $1,000,000 question. Who made Aristotle white and why? Because that's what's been pushed down our throat. The Greeks, when I went to college, right? And my college professor, I was in a philosophy class, Greek philosophy class, and the professor was an HBCU professor, man of color. He was doing teaching on the Greek philosophers and all of that. So, in my ignorance, he said, "Does anybody have a question?" I raised my hand. "What's your question?" I said, "Why are we studying Greeks? Weren't they white?" He looked at me in amazement. He said, "Brother, you got a lot to learn." He said, "This is what he would have said back then."
You gonna learn today.
And that's what I'm saying to you that's tuning in today.
You gonna learn today.
Because we've been lied to. Jeremiah 16:19 project says that the Gentiles shall come in that day and shall say, our fathers have inherited lies. So we've all inherited lies. So in this channel, our intentions is not to be a supremacist, but to educate people to know that we are more like, in more ways than one, than we think we are. We just look different. We bleed, right? We get hungry. We get sick. Got to go to the bathroom. All of the above, right? It's human, right? We have feelings, emotions. We fall in love, fall out of love. Looking for love in all the wrong places, right? Love the same things, right? Okay, so we're all the same. We're all more alike than we think we are. But the narrative was changed when they tried to justify the enslavement of a people that had a darker hue. Because why? It basically is subconsciously, it is a retaliation against the original history that started with the so-called black man. Now, so who made him white and why? So what I want to do is I want to go to I'm going to read this here. Matter of fact, I'm going to let you say a conversation I had with let's do this here. Let's bring this over here. I want you to see my conversation that I had with Google Gemini, right? Because I ask questions. When I want to know something, I ask a question, right? Inquiring minds want to know, right?
You're gonna learn today.
You can't learn if you don't inquire. So I asked the question. So look at my notes here. Let me see if I can bring it up on the screen. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me bring it up. Okay, here we go. I said, when was the statue of Aristotle made to look like Caucasian white people? Right? Right? Inquiring minds want to know, right?
You're gonna learn today.
He said the idea that statues of Aristotle and other ancient Greeks were always meant to look like white or Caucasian people is actually a result of two things: the natural fading of paint over centuries and the racial ideologies of what? The 18th and the 19th centuries. Right? Historically, there isn't one specific moment when he was made to look white. Rather, it was a slow process of the word forgetting that his statues were originally colorful. How about that? Right?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
So the statues were originally colorful, right? Watch what he says now. I like how Google Gemini breaks this down. This is not an angry black man that had a bad deal in life and he's trying to get back at the white man. No. Okay? This is truth. And when I was in corporate America, I used to tell the truth. And my white superior said, I like you. He said, you tell the truth. I said, I don't bat my eyes. I tell the truth. I'm a historian. I'm a researcher. Right? I know right now this is the time of the Gentiles. That's why y'all ruling, because the book says that. The Messiah said in Luke 21:24, okay, so yeah, colorful doesn't mean black. I didn't say it meant black. But colorful, to flip the script, my brother, colorful doesn't mean white either. Definitely don't mean white. Okay. Colorful, when you say color, I can go analytical with you. Colorful means to have melanin. Okay. Let's go back now. All right. I'm gonna let the record speak, but let me finish what my conversation with Google Gemini. All right. So let's go back in here. So he says that historically there isn't one specific moment when it was made to look white. Rather, it was a slow process of world forgetting that the statues were originally colorful. Okay. The clean marble myth. In antiquity, statues were almost never bare white marble, right? They were painted in vivid, naturalistic colors, a technical called polychromy. Okay. Ancient reality. Aristotle would have likely been depicted with a Mediterranean complexion. Okay. Whatever that is, right? Okay. Now, let me just say it this way. Okay. How do you define a Mediterranean complexion? That's a very vague statement, right? So now, how do we define a Mediterranean complexion? You're looking at one right here. When I went to Israel, I went into the Arab territory and met some Arabs there that spoke English. The Arab told me, he said, "You look like Arafat." He said, "If you put on a Islamic garb," he said, "people will swear you was Arafat." So I put on, and people looked at me like I was somebody royal because apparently I looked like somebody had bought a Islamic garb and wore have my head wrapped like the Arabs do. And when I was walking through Jerusalem, people was looking at me and they didn't know whether to bow down or what. They was looking at me like, just kept looking at me. Let's see, right? So when you say middle Mediterranean looking, right? Okay. You're talking about somebody that looks like me, tan, right? Okay. I fall under what they would classify as a Negro, but I'm not dark skinned, right? So the Greeks would look more like me. Okay. Now, with that said, let's go back into my conversation with. So he says the change over thousands of years, the pigments made of minerals and organic matter flaked off or were scrubbed away by early restorers, leaving only the white stone underneath, right? How about that?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Now, here's the kicker right here. This is the part you got to get. This is the part that our Europeans don't want us, the Europeans that are in the white nationalists. That's the reason why they want to erase history, because the closer we get to the truth, the more we realize that, oh, wow, we're those people. Okay. I know the med is mixed if trade. I know the med is mixed if trade is via the sea. Yeah, that's you gonna have the most of it. Doesn't make the Greeks have curly hair. Um, that's the debate. That's debatable, Mr. Pink. But anyway, if you want to hang around at the end and you can come on, I can give you a link and you can come on. We can chop it up at the end. Okay. All right. Colorful definitely doesn't mean white. There you go. My point exactly. Okay, now. So with that said, let's see. Okay, thank you for that. All right. Now let's go back in here, okay? Because I got a long ways to go. Okay. The modern reinforcement. Let me say, hold on. The Enlightenment and neoclassicism. This is the kicker. This is the turning point. Now look, if it so far now we're gonna do what? We're gonna fast track now. So we're gonna go in deep now. Okay, we're ready to go. I just gave you the introduction. We got your feet wet. Now we're gonna go. We're gonna jump into the ocean. Y'all ready? All right, here we go.
We're going to learn today.
The Enlightenment and neoclassicism of 1700s. The white look became the standard during the 18th century. Let me say that again, right? The white, quote unquote, this is Gemini saying this ain't me saying that. The white look became the standard during the 18th century. Johann Winckelmann, often called the father of archaeology, Winckelmann argued in the 1760s that the whiter a body is, the more beautiful it is. He believed that the lack of color in excavated statues was intentional, representing a pure Greek aesthetic, right? So, man, did you hear that? So, we see that I didn't told you that at the time of enlightenment was when everything began to shift, right? The narrative changed because those who were the tail became the head. They were in the verge of going into to overthrow all the other nations and to fulfill what the Bible prophecy said, that Yefeth shall dwell in the tents, that Yah will enlarge Yefeth, that's Genesis 9, and he will dwell in the tents of Shem. So as they came out of the dark ages and were enlightened, they then formulated crafty counsel to hijack history and records to make it as if it was their own.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Let's go back in. This is Google Gemini. This is not me saying that. This is Google Gemini saying it. Let's go back in. So he says, so Johann Winckelmann, often called the father of archaeology. So he's the one that gives you the references and records. Winckelmann argued in the 1760s that the whiter the body is, the more beautiful it is. He believed that the lack of color in excavated statues was intentional, representing a pure Greek aesthetic, which means that he's false because the Greeks weren't white. Okay? Remember I showed you this picture right here. Negroes from ancient Greece. Okay? All right. Now, I'm just going to get your appetite wet. We're going back in here. All right. Now, so racial framing. This coincided with the birth of modern racial classifications. European scholars began to claim ancient Greece as the cradle of Western, in parentheses, white civilization. By presenting their statues as colorless white marble, they visually linked the Greeks to Northern European Caucasian, in parentheses, identities rather than their actual Mediterranean roots.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
This is Google Gemini saying. This is not an angry black man saying that. This is Google. He's telling it like a T.I. tis, and I approve this message because he's telling the truth, right? So I just told you. I gave you the synopsis of how the Europeans hijacked the Greek culture and made the Greeks to be white so they could claim the history came from whites. You go to scholars, you go to Bible theologians like C.J. Schofield, right? Schofield Bible, where he says that in his notes that science, religion, medicine, all was from the Japhetic stock. He lied through his theological teeth.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
And that's the theology that we was taught in our theology schools, right? But they falsified because how can the Europeans, the so-called whites, be the authors and the founders of all of that when in the theological schools, Zondervan, they say Ham is the father of the dark races of people. So the Greeks, the Egyptians and all of them, right, were Hamitic. So how is it that theology schools teach that, but then they say that all the accomplishments come from the Greeks? When the Greeks, in their own, if we had time to go through this book with a magnifying glass, right, we'll find out that they give credit to the Egyptian civilization for everything that they learned. The Greeks do. All right. Now let's go back in here. Okay, I got a whole lot more to go. All right, now. So let's read this again because somebody missed it. For those that's late coming, those that's late, sits in the back of the bus. Racial framing. This coincided with the birth of modern racial classification. European scholars began to claim ancient Greece as the cradle of Western white civilization. By presenting their statues as colorless white marble, they visually linked the Greeks. They visually linked the Greeks to the Northern European Caucasian identities rather than their actual Mediterranean roots. Right? So in other words, they hijacked, like I said earlier in my intro, they hijacked Greek culture and said, oh, they're Caucasian. We're going to show you in a minute when I get to Aristotle's book of what he had to say that debunks that. And they hide that. Okay, let's go. I'm going to try to fast track a little bit now. Okay, all right. So, modern reinforcement. By the 19th and 20th centuries, this whitewashed version of Aristotle was solidified in textbooks, museums, and film. Look at that. Look at that.
Am I right?
All right. So look. Let me go back. Let me continue. Okay. So I want to point this. I want to reiterate this here. He says by the 19th and 20th century, the whitewashed version of Aristotle was solidified in textbooks, museums, and film. So the people that controlled uh, the people that controlled the narrative, that had access to educate people through film, through books, and etc. He's saying that in the 19th and 20th century, they whitewashed Aristotle, right, to solidify the history that they wanted the whole world to believe was the truth. But it wasn't the truth. It was a deception. It was a the name for Yefeth means to deceive, right? Means to deceive, to expand by deception. That's what the name Yefeth, that's what the ancestor of the European nation's name means, to enlarge his borders by deception, right? So the Europeans hijacked a history that didn't belong to them to establish the narrative of white supremacy. He says, in irony, via myth, Rome is Greek. Supposedly there was an immigration to the area of Rome after the fall of Troy. My brother, I tell you, Mr. Pink, seems like you've been reading some of the sources I read from. And what you're saying, that's a thought that they put out there, right? So, a coach Sherry said in school they taught that the Greeks were Italian. Is there any truth to that? No, it's not. Greeks and Italians are not. Matter of fact, the Greeks lumped the Romans or Italians in the same category with the Northern Europeans, which I'm going to get to. I'm going to try to hurry and get to it. Okay, all right. Okay, so the Greeks look more. What do you say? The Greeks look more Arabian or maybe Iranian. If you classify me as Arab or Iranian looking, then yes. Okay. People always used to tell me when I was in corporate America that I looked like I was a Middle Eastern person. So they look like me is what I'm trying to say. These white parasites came from caves and are less than scum and wants to claim rights to everything they had nothing to do with. Uh, well, I wouldn't go off. I mean, I get your point, but I mean, let's try to be respectful with calling them names like that. This is not my style. Okay, all right, but I get what you're saying, but this is not my style. I'm not attack. I'm a teacher of truth. I don't attack people. I teach truth, right? Okay, now, so let's go back in here. All right, now, um, so he says that archaeology bias. For a long time, archaeologists found traces of paint on statues would actually clean them off to match the classical white idea. This is Google Gemini saying this, right? Political use. In the 20th century, regimes like Nazi Germany and fascist Italy used the image of white marble statues to promote theories of Aryan or white supremacy. How about that? Further cementing the idea that these figures weren't meant to look like Northern Europeans, or that these figures were meant to look like Northern Europeans. Here's the takeaway. Aristotle was a Greek from Stagira, North Greece. While he was a part of the broad Mediterranean world, he wouldn't have identified as white or Caucasian, as those are modern categories. His statues were turned white by erosion and European cultural preference, not by the original Greek sculptors. Okay? So now, this is Google Gemini as telling you this, right? Now, let's see how much more I want to go into this here. Okay. Let's do this here. And I'm going to give you some references. We're going to go into the book here. Okay. Um, so I went further into my conversation because me and Google have a relationship. Me and Google Gemini, he asked me, I debate with him when he says stuff, and I say, can you prove it? Okay, actually. So I said, what are some quotes Aristotle in favor of European supremacy? So he says, actually, you won't find any quotes of Aristotle about European supremacy for a very simple reason. The concept of Europe as an unified racial or political identity did exist in the 4th century BCE. So no. So at that time, right now, there's somewhere else I'm going to read. I don't know if I'm going to get to it today or not, but there's somewhere else I read where it says that the Romans were a mixture of people. right? The Romans were a mixture of the seed of Yavon, right, with the combination of some of them intermingled with some Germanic people, some of them intermingled with some uh, Gauls, etc. So Romans are as like, it's like when you talk about the image that King Nebuchadnezzar saw, right? Talk about the 10 toes, how they was mixed with miry clay and all of that. So that explains to you the Roman Empire, right? How it was mixed, right? You have a combination of different sons of Japheth, the father of the who we would become known as the Europeans, right? Okay, all right, that's a whole lot right there. Let's go back Aristotle didn't view the world through the lens of white versus black or Europe versus the world. Instead, he viewed it through the lens of Hellenism, Greek culture versus barbarian, everyone else. So, in fact, he was often quite critical of people living in what we call Europe. Here is the most famous passage where he compares Greek to Europeans and Asians. Okay, this is in his book called Politics, book 7, right? And Aristotle argues that Greece is the perfect middle ground because of its climate. He explicitly doles out insults to the inhabitants of Europe. He says the nations inhabiting the cold places and those of Europe are full of spirit, but somewhat lack in intelligence and skill, which is why they continue to be comparatively free, but lack political organization and the capacity to rule their neighbors. Man.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Now, that's what Aristotle had to say about uh, the Northern Europeans. Now, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you the reference. Okay, Google Gemini gave me the data, and I asked for the reference. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the reference so you can download it and for yourself, and you can study Aristotle's work. Right, and to your point, Sons of Jacob says, didn't Esau mix his seed? Yes, he did. But just as Esau mixed his seed, so did Israel. So you have, this is my position. Some people call me weak for saying this, but it's true. You have some Israelites that look white due to the mixing. Okay? I'm just saying. Now, a lot of Israelites, especially the one West divisions, they say I'm weak, I'm soft, and I want to save the white man. I ain't trying to. I can't save my. I can't even save myself. How can I save a whole nation of people? That's the dumbest statement I ever heard any Hebrew Israelite can't say. That's foolishness, buffoonery, right?
Am I right?
You can't save. I can't. No one man can save a whole nation of people from teaching a small portion, 20 to 30 people online each week. I can't save a whole nation of people. That's the dumbest statement that anybody could say. I googled that and I asked them what do the camps think about teachers like me, and they told me they think I'm weak and soft because I don't teach the white man as Esau, because he's not. Or could some Edomites be classified as white? Yeah. Okay. Some Israelites could be classified as white too, but I digress. All right, so let's go back in here. All right, now, people of Asia, he claimed they are intelligent. Okay, I said I will give you the link. Didn't I? I said I will give you the link, right? So let's see. Let's do this here. Wait a minute. I'm looking at my notes here. I'm trying to see where where the actual quote is. Um, okay, here we let's try it. Let's try this link here. let's try this here. Okay, so I'm gonna give you this link here. Um, but they wouldn't go through the curses. Okay, why is it relevant to the curses are a visible sign of Israelites. The nations wonder at. No one looks at white complexion person and wonders or sees curses on them. That's a kind of Hebrew. That's a vague statement because that's a vague statement. I don't know that I can concur with that statement from as using Deuteronomy 28, 46 as a precursor to that statement. Okay. Now, Brother Dallas. Now, I like what he said there. Okay, that's accurate. That was my thought. Now, all Israel personally got all the curses. That's correct. Thank you for that. For correction. All right, now, okay, Hebrew elevation. Won't you hang around? When I get finished with the lesson, we can let you come online, and I can give you a link, and you can come on. And we can chop it up. Okay, I don't want to get off the track. Let's leave the Esau doctrine where it is for now. Let's kind of stick with the lesson here, okay? Uh, and let's not make that be a table discussion on the side, because if we see that, I'm gonna have to ask my moderators to not block you, but just put you in a timeout, because I don't want to go off on that. If you want to have that discussion about Esau, hang around to the end, and we'll talk about it, okay? Okay, let's go. So here's my link here. Let's take this here. Take this link here. This is the link to the book. Okay. So click that link there, and let's see if this actually. Okay. What did I do? Let me see. Hold on, if that goes there. Okay, here we go. Right, that's very good. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's see what this is from the. Let me pull up on the screen here. This is from the reference Aristotle's Politics, books 1, 3, 4, and 7. The text of Becker, with English translation by W.E. Boland, together with short introductory essays by A. Lang. Okay, so he says right here. This is what I want to highlight. Let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit. See, you can see the Greek is here. We're going to read this part here. It says, he says, for the tribes that live in cold countries and scattered about Europe are full of courage, but are inferior in intellect and craft. And so while they preserve their freedom, they are incapable of social organization and and unable to gain empire over their neighbors. Okay. So why trying to see with the mind of Aristotle and why he said that, right? Okay. In his day, right? Uh the Northern Europeans, which includes your Anglos and Saxons and Britons and Skypes and the Roman Italians, all of them, in his day, they were barbaric in the Dark Ages. Okay, now, so that's what he says there. So there goes the quote. Okay, once again, bring it on the screen. He says, for the tribes that live in cold countries are scattered about Europe are full of courage, but inferior in intellect. And craft. And so while they preserve their freedom, they are incapable of social organization and unable to gain empire over their neighbors. Right. So, in other words, basically what he's saying is, Mr. Pink, is that they weren't established as they didn't become later established. They learned the Romans was the ones that embraced the Greek way of being, and they were the predecessors of the Europeans' organizational structure. Because what Aristotle was saying about the Europeans at that day, they were not organized. They didn't have the intelligence to rule their own people. And from the historical dynamic, Tim Weiss breaks it down real good. If you're familiar with Tim Weiss, he talks about that the Europeans during those days were fighting each other, killing. They didn't like one another. They hated each other. It was a constant killing and murdering, right, of each other, right? Okay. Now, he said, warning given. A line prior. I'm not sure what that means. He said, warning given. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, let's go back to the book. So he says, on the other hand, the tribes scattered over Asia, though intellectual and crafty, want spirit and so live in a state of perpetual subjection and slavery. But the Greek race, just as it holds a middle position topographically, has its share of both qualities, for it possesses both spirit and intellect. Hence, it both preserves its freedom and best forms of constitution and the capacity to rule the world if it came under one single government. But these tribes of Greece have the same difference among themselves, for some have a one sided nature, while others are happy compound in respect to both these capabilities. Now, it's obvious that those men must be capable of, he says, both spirit and intellect, who are able to be easily led by the statesman towards virtue. And as a qualification that some philosophers say must be found in the guardians is that they must be affectionate towards those they know and savage towards strangers. It is a spirit that produces this affectionate nature. How about that? So that's what Aristotle had to say about the Europeans. So then, why would he say that if he was a Caucasian white person about the people that he says, once again, that they lack what the tribes of the North, right? They live in cold countries and scatter about Europe are full of courage, but inferior in intellect and craft. See? So it would seem like to me that if those were his people, he wouldn't say something like that about his own people, right? So that's what he said about Europeans. Now let me see if I can go back in here. I want to glean here. I want to fast track because I asked a whole lot of questions. Let's go on back to my Google Gemini, okay? And you all have the book, so these quotes you can find in the book. I'm gonna go ahead and continue to read through my Google Gemini so I can kind of get to some points here. Okay, now, he says, what happened here? Okay, I went the wrong way. Okay, historical misalignment. Europeans as barbarians to Aristotle, the European tribes of the North and West were often considered uncultured barbarians. He would have viewed a person from ancient Britain or Germany with the same cultural detachment as he viewed someone from Persia. cultural, not biological. His idea of superiority was based on uh, paideia, education and culture, and geography, not genetics or skin color. He believed a barbarian could technically become civilized by adopting Greek language and custom, and that's exactly what they did. The Europeans adopted the Greek culture. So, by way of the Greeks adopting the culture from the Egyptians and the Europeans adopting the Greek wisdom and culture, they indirectly are following the teachings of the Hamitic African Negro people.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
All right, let's go back in here. Modern appropriations. Later thinkers in the 18th and 19th centuries took Aristotle's praise of the middle climate and the Greek excellence and remapped it into a modern idea of the white race to justify colonialism. This was a historical retcon that Aristotle himself wouldn't have recognized. Let me read that again, right? So, it's a modern appropriation. Later thinkers in the 18th and 19th century took Aristotle's praise of the middle climate and Greek excellence, right? And remapped it onto the modern idea of the white race to justify colonialism. This was a historical retcon, right? So you see that that's what they did. Um, so here's the thing. And Mr. Pink, there's more to the story than you really. When you mentioned Israel, there's more to the story to that. So, I'd rather you. I mean, I enjoyed your respectful dialogue. You're coming in a respectable way with questions, which is fine. I invite you to hang around to the end and bring you on, and we can chat. Okay. Uh, okay. So let's go back in here. All right. So Aristotle basically nails it. He says that the Europeans they basically adopted the Greek excellence and remapped it into the modern idea of white race to justify colonialism. This is a historical retcon, right? Aristotle's true presence wasn't racial; it was polis-centric. If you weren't living in Greek city state and speaking Greek, he thought you were missing out on the highest form of human life, right? Now, okay, so I go into he gives me the quote which I gave you here: the nations that have in cold places and of the Europe are full of spirit, but somewhat lacking in intelligence and skill, which is why they continue to be comparatively free, but lack political organization and capacity to rule their neighbors, right? So let's see, breaking the Aristotle barbarian map. Okay. I'm going to skip past that there. Why we call them barbarians. Okay. All right. I'm going to skip past that there because okay, here we go. This part is key. Let's see. In the 1800s, when scientific racism was becoming the dominant worldview in West Aristotle politics presented a major problem. Scholars who wanted to claim Greece as the origin of the white race had to reconcile the fact that Aristotle called the ancestors of Northern Europeans unintelligent and barbarian. So listen. So listen. So here's the thing. Check it out. Right. Let's stay focused here. Chat room. Let's stay focused here. Let's lead that war. That's y'all's to judges. Anybody that got a problem with us being Israelites, go and read Joel chapter 3, and we'll discuss that at the end of this lesson, right? Because y'all going to judge the nations. So let's stay focused on this lesson. Let's get back here now. All right. So I want to read this part again because somebody missed it. This is for the people in the back. People in the back of the room. Okay? People in the back of the bus. In the 1800s, when scientific racism was becoming the dominant worldview in the West, Aristotle's politics presented a major problem. Scholars who wanted to claim Greece as the origin of the white race had to reconcile the fact that Aristotle called the ancestors of Northern Europeans unintelligent and barbarians. To fix this, they used a few specific interpretive gymnastics, right? The Aryan migration theory. Instead of accepting Aristotle's geographic insults at the face value of 19th century historians argued that Greeks were actually related to the people around them. They proposed that the superior Aryan race had migrated from the north into Greece, bringing intelligence with them. That is false.
Wait a minute.
So the Aryan race of people wanted to falsify, reclaim, hijack the Greek culture to say that the Europeans came into Greece and gave them intelligence. You see how the manipulational tactic still applies today, right? Black people attribute nothing to history, right? We've heard some self-hating black people say that, which shows that they don't know nothing, right? You got preachers that say dumb stuff like that. We're going to talk about the Hamitic hypothesis and the white man's burden in 2 weeks. Show you where all that foolishness came from, right? All right, now let's go back. Redefining Europe. Scholars like Christoph Meiners and later Arthur D. Gobineau began to argue that when Aristotle said Europe, he didn't mean Caucasian race as a whole. Y'all got to see this the way you see it. He said, scholars like Christopher Meiners and later Arthur D. Gobineau began to argue that when Aristotle said Europe, he didn't mean the Caucasian race as a whole. They claimed his observations were primitive and that modern science, which at that time included the now debunked phrenology, proved that the European brain was actually most developed. Okay? Using the natural slave argument, while they argue Aristotle's insult towards Europeans, they lean heavily into the theory of natural slavery, right? Aristotle argued that some people are born to be masters and others to be slaves based on their capacity for reason. In the 19th century, proponents of slavery in the United States and colonialists in Africa cited Aristotle's argument that non-white people were the natural slaves he was talking about, right? So you see, this is what the Europeans hijacked, right? So they hijacked the thought process of the Greek philosopher Aristotle, who talked about climate inferiority. He specifically spoke about Europe. Notice in the quote, he didn't name he didn't name any African countries. Knock my coffee over. Gotta be careful with that. All right. He didn't name any African cultures, brothers and sisters. Bear me 1 second. He said Europe, right? Northern Europe. They lacked intelligence. So they try to flip the narrative and say, oh, black people lack intelligence, right? And they hijacked the philosophy of Aristotle and started the white supremacist doctrine that black people are inferior to white people, right? This is how they shaped it up. Now, let's go back in here. Let me move this coffee out the way so I knock it over. Okay, all right. There's more. He says, they effectively flipped his map. Aristotle's middle ground Greece was replaced by Northern European, the West, and everyone else became the barbarians. See that? So that's what happened. So they made us to believe that we were barbarians, and the Europeans came into Africa. Therefore, colonization was necessary because they had civilized them people in Africa who was running around, walking around with no clothes on, uncivilized, and eating rats and cats. Just like they said about the Haitians, was killing cats and eating them. Okay. Now, let's go further. This is some good stuff here. All right. The invention of statue whiteness. This was the era when the clean marble look became a weapon. By promoting the image of Aristotle as a pure white, colorless figure, they visually stripped him of his Mediterranean context. Museums would often overclean statues accidentally to intentionally scrub away the last bits of the olive or brown paint. That's what. So Mr. Pink, look what he said. The olive or brown paint to ensure the physical objects match the new racial theory. That's what it is, right? So that goes to color. Man, we talked about the color. This is Gemini, Google Gemini saying that, right? He says the olive or brown paint, right? By the late 1800s, the European supremacist version of Aristotle was the only one taught in schools. The fact that he lived in a world where Europeans were seen as unintelligent, spirit-filled brutes was buried in the footnotes. Would you like me? Okay, to find out some of the translations. Okay. I want to go down further. Okay, I'm gonna skip through some. I want to go to let's see. I'm not gonna go through the whole conversation here because there's a lot I covered, but it's something specific he said here. I'm trying to find down here. Let's see what this is. Whitewashing textbooks. In the 19th century, textbooks and busts of Aristotle were often drawn to look more like the academic idea of the time. The Hellenic idea. Illustrations often emphasize a straight Grecian nose and high forehead. Features in the 19th century. Skull measuring phrenology claim were signs of the highest Caucasian intelligence. Okay. By physically portraying Aristotle as a peak of white manhood, they visually erased the Mediterranean identity, making it easier to believe his philosophy was written specifically for and by white, quote unquote, white people, right? Okay. I'm going to skip past that there. Okay. Okay. He gives me videos and stuff like that. I'm not going to do. We don't in a 2-hour lesson. I don't have enough time to cover all of this stuff here, but I want to get to the meat of this. Greatest time, man. Okay. There's something I want to get to about the skull. Okay. Blumenbach. Okay, well, you know what? I covered that in a previous lesson. I'm looking for that. Okay, here. Why the white Aristotle persists. The reason we are struggling to see this colorful world is that for 200 years, the clean marble aesthetic was used to define civilization. By stripping the color off the statue and the diversity out of the history books, 19th century scholars created a version of Aristotle that looked like them, talked like them, and shared their prejudices. In truth, if Aristotle walked through modern day Europe or American cities, he wouldn't see his people. And read that again. Gemini says, in truth, if Aristotle walked through modern day Europe or American city, he wouldn't see his people. He would likely see a vast population of northern barbarians who have finally learned to use their intelligence of the Mediterranean to organize their spirit. How about that? Interesting. Look at this guy. Mr. Pink talked about curly hair. Here's an image right here where they showing him with curly hair. Uh, Comparing him to this guy here. That's interesting, right? Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna offer you some other stuff. I was looking for the bloom, looking for the. This, let me do this right quick. Okay, let's see. What about the skull? Beautiful. I put it. Okay, here we go. This is the part I was looking for, but I asked the question again to get to it. It's in the comments somewhere. Okay. The skull beautiful refers to Caucasoid classification created by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach in 1795. This is the exact moment. This is the exact moment in history when physical appearance of people like Aristotle was scientifically hijacked to support European supremacy. He says it again. Blumenbach was a German scientist who is often called the father of physical anthropology. His work changed how the world viewed race by moving away from Aristotle's climate theory and towards the shape and beauty. The discovery of the perfect skull. Blumenbach owned a collection of 245 human skulls from around the world. I wonder how he got them. Anyway, one specific skull belonged to a young woman from the Caucasus Mountains, modern day Georgia, became his obsession. His reasoning. He claimed this skull was the most beautiful because it was the most symmetrical and spherical. The name, because he believed this perfect skull came from the Caucasus region, he labeled the entire group of Europeans, North Africans, and West Asians as Caucasians. Man. Blumenbach didn't just pick the skull because of its shape, he picked it because it looked like Greek art. He argued that the Caucasian variety was a primordial, original race of humanity because it matched the portions of the white marble statues found in Greece. The logic flip. Aristotle and the Greeks made statues that looked like themselves, Mediterranean. Blumenbach looked at those statues which had lost their paint, called them the pinnacle of beauty, and then claimed that anyone who didn't look like a clean white statue was degeneration from the original Greek idea. The degeneration theory. Blumenbach created a hierarchy based on how much skull deviated from the beautiful Caucasian standard, right? He says Caucasian, the idea, Europeans and Greeks, etc. Mongoloid and Ethiopian, he argued these were the extremes or degenerations caused by bad climate or diet. American and Malay, the intermediate steps. Why this was identity theft? The skull beautiful theory was used to whitewash Aristotle in two major ways. The physical hijack. It allowed Northern Europeans who Aristotle called unintelligent to claim they were the same race as Aristotle because their skull shapes were similar. The erasure of color, right? It reinforced the idea that real Greeks were colorless, white, and marble-like. If a Greek person had dark skin or African adjacent features, 19th century scientists used Blumenbach's theory to say they weren't pure Greeks. How about that? That's what they're saying. They're saying them black Greeks, they really Africans that living in Greece. y'all heard the story, right? That's what they say. They weren't really Greeks. They were Africans living in Greece. You see how white supremacy has hijacked a history of a people and made us believe the hype, right? Let's go back further. The truth of the skull. Ironically, the Caucasian skull Blumenbach found in Georgia belonged to a person from a region that Aristotle would have considered the land of Caucasian barbarians. Blumenbach took a barbarian skull called the Greek idea and then used that to tell the rest of the world that white Europeans were the natural masters of the earth, completely ignoring that the actual Greeks, like Aristotle, would have viewed those same white Europeans as unintelligent savages. Woo! How about that?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
So Aristotle wasn't a white man. He wasn't a Caucasian, right? We just showed you. I wanted to show you that Blumenbach was the one that threw the Mickey in the drink. He is the father of white supremacy. And in the future, before the Black History is out, we're going to show you. I did a clip of Martin Luther King. He talked about the oppression of the black people, but he left out one important ingredient. How the religious people hijacked the religion of the African Indigenous people and gave them a Hellenized, whitewashed version of the biblical the references, the scriptures, and forced them into conversion to convert to their understanding or their way of Christianizing them. So we talk about the Hamitic hypothesis, and we talk about which is the curse of Ham, the Hamitic hypothesis, the white burden. We're going to break all that down in that series, right? I think we'll close with that for the Black History Month. Okay, now. So, Aristotle did not view favorably Northern Europeans or AKA white people that would become known as white Europeans. So therefore, he did not view them as his people. He viewed them as barbarians, right? Now, I have so much more references that I can present. So y'all got to know that a lot of this stuff, I'm going to have to write it in a book. All my findings, right? Because I had references here. Okay. So let's kind of summarize some things here. So the Aristotle was critical of people that lived in Europe, right? He quoted that the tribes that live in cold climates and that are scattered about Europe are full of courage, but are inferior in intellect and craft. And so while they preserve their freedom, they are incapable of social organization and unable to gain empire over their neighbors, right? That I could take you back to the book of Daniel and show you where that fits right in with that, right? The 10 toes. Matter of fact, let me do it real quick. Okay. Though you that want to know. Okay, so let's go to the scriptures here. And I want to go to Daniel. Okay. Let's go to Daniel 2, right? And let's go to Daniel 2. Let's start at the fourth kingdom, okay? The fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron teeth break in pieces and subdue all things, and as iron that breaketh all these shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou saw the feet and toes part of potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. Right? And in the days of these kings shall the Elohim of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break into pieces and consume all the kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. So, to the point,
What you bringing to the table, brother?
thank you. So, to the point, question that somebody asked about Esau. Esau is not a part of that fourth kingdom. When you look at the fourth kingdom, you look at the Roman Empire and all of the the battle that took place of the Germanic tribes who claim that they actually are a revision of the same Roman people that had gotten soft, right? I was reading that in one of my reference books yesterday, which I ain't gonna pull out. I'm not gonna pull a rabbit out of the hat. I got some books. I got some books references that I can print some stuff out. Okay, now, so that's what happened there, right? Now, so let's go to this link right here real quick. We're gonna we wind it down. We're gonna get to J. Rogers in a minute. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, and I'm gonna give you a link here. This is from the same book. And I want to go where he says the first slaves, right? Or did I get the wrong? Again, the first say we are barbarians. Okay. Where we at here? The first slaves. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Hold on. I got the wrong page. Okay. Let me see. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it's page 57. Okay. The first slaves. Here we go, right? Okay, so here's the link. This is the page, right? It's the actual same book, but let me give you the page here. Okay, so this is page 57. It says here, right here, it says here, and bring it up on the screen here. It says here in the same book, Aristotle, it says, to answer this, Aristotle looks about for visible differences. The first slaves are barbarians. Again, slaves have not the erect portion which the free man gained from his gymnasia, an arm forbidden to the unfree. Aristotle was unfortunate in the fact that the slaves of the Greeks were not Negroes, for he then might have said in earnest what Montesquieu said in irony about the impossibility of supposing that God had meant to give freedom to beings with such ill-formed noses. So I want to read that again because I might miss it. He says the first slaves are barbarians, which is who? The Europeans, right? So what did the Greeks do? The Greeks enslaved the Europeans, right? And that's where you get your melanin from. The Greeks, the first slaves were the barbarians. right? And it says Aristotle was unfortunate in the fact that the slaves of the Greeks were not Negroes. Look at that. Let me see if I can move this out of the way. He said the slaves of the Greeks were not Negroes. The slaves of the Greeks were not Negroes, right? The slaves of the Greeks were not Negroes. Why did he say that? Is he hinting that his people were intermarried amongst the Negroes? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, this is the stuff that makes people mad when the truth comes out. The Greeks first, the people that see that's I'm showing you that the Greeks were not Caucasian white. They enslaved what he's saying here, the Europeans. Huh? If you notice that terminology we talked about in the previous lesson, the terminology Berber, right, was given to those people that lived in North Africa that were mixed. So what happened? What had happened was the melanated Greeks enslaved, and I was reading another reference book somewhere. I can't remember which one it is. I read so many books where the Greeks had raped the European, I think it was the Gauls, I want to say it was, and therefore they became Greek slash European, which made them Berber. They were mixed. Okay. Man. So that's that. I got some other quotes. I'm gonna skip past that. Aristotle had a lot to say. Okay, let's read this one here. Okay, let's read this one here. Um, hmm, okay, let's read this one here. Let's see if I can go to this page here. See if I got the right page. Okay, so I want to read. um, okay, this is where he defines barbarian a little more. So let's go to this page here. Um, let's go to this paragraph where it says, "This then is one form of monarchy and supreme military command for life, and it is sometimes hereditary and sometimes elective." Let me blow this up a little bit. Help my eyes out here. Um, Besides this, there are another form of monarchy, such as found among some of the barbaric nations. For all these are invested with power very like that of tyranny, but they are nevertheless sanctioned by law and customs of nations. For as barbarians are naturally of a more servile disposition than Greeks, the inhabitants of Asia than the inhabitants of Europe, they endure their despotic government without murmuring. These forms are, for some much case, a cause of the character of tyrannies, but they are secure because they are founded on customs and law. Interesting, right? So he connects the Europeans to tyrannies. Now, the interesting thing is that the Most High calls those barbaric people, right? And we're going to pull up in the scriptures so you can see, right? There's a particular phrase that he coined, He called them Ezekiel 28 and 7. Okay, so let's read that. Ezekiel 28 and 7. All right. This is when the Greeks was talking about Europeans, they was not coining them as their people. This is what they had to say about this is what the Most High had to say about those people, right? Ezekiel 28, verse 7. Behold, there I will bring strangers upon thee, the terrible, the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. The terrible of the nations. What does that say here? The terrible of the nations. Fearful, powerful. There it is. I knew it. I knew that word tyranny had to be in there somewhere. Look at that. The terrible, it says fearful, powerful, tyrannical, or tyranny, right? So the people that hold on a second. The people that Aristotle was referring to as barbarians were the people that conquered through war. They were tyranny, right? They were not Greeks. They were other people. So the European narrative is that, oh, Greeks were our ancestors. They were not. They were not. He basically in his politics is telling you that they were barbarians, tyranny people, right? So why would he classify himself as a European if he was saying that those people were barbarian tyranny people, people that conquered through killing? All right. The terrible of the nations. The terrible other nations. Let me see something real quick here. Let's go to Ezekiel 30 and 11. Okay. Ezekiel 30 and 11. He and his people with him, the terrible, where it is, there it is again, tyrannical, the terrible of the nations shall be brought to destroy the land, and they shall draw their swords against Egypt and fill the land with slain. Right? The terrible of the nations. Right? How about that? Let's look at Ezekiel 31 and 12. Let's look at start of verse 11. I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty one of the heathen. The mighty one of the heathens, huh? Goyim, the Gentiles. He shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness. And the strangers, the terrible of the nations. The who? The terrible of the nations have cut him off and have left him upon the mountains and in all the valleys. His branches are fallen, his boughs are broken by all the rivers of the land, and all the people of the earth are going down from his shadow and have left him. Wow.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Huh? All right. Let's go to Ezekiel 32 and 12. Right? Okay, let's start at verse 11. For thus says Yah Elohim. Or let's see. It just says Adon Yah. Adon Yahweh. The sword of the king of Babylon shall come upon thee. Right? By the swords of the mighty will I cause the multitude to fall. The terrible, the tyranny of the nations, all of them shall spoil the pomp of Egypt and all the multitude thereof shall be destroyed. Ooh. So look, when we tie these loose ends together, we see that Aristotle called them the terrible of the nations, the tyranny, right? The tyranny. Okay? How about that? Now, we're going to go to, for those of you that still hung around, it's 11:30. I kind of went a little over. Okay, we're going to graduate into J.A. Rogers. Okay. But let me summarize Aristotle, and then we're going to go to J.A. Rogers. So if you kind of stepped away from your computer, your phone, or whatever, you want to come back and you want to copy this link. Well, no, I'm sorry, I don't have a link. You're going to have to screenshot, okay? Because I'm going to show you some stuff from the book, okay? But you're going to have to screenshot it, all right? Now, or buy the book, okay? If it's still in print. Okay, here we go. So the 19th century supremacists falsified the Greek history and claimed it as their own to utilize that, right, to justify the transatlantic slave trade, right? And they committed massive historical fraud. They ignored insults towards Europeans. They deleted the part where Aristotle said Europeans were lacking intelligence. They narrowed its definition to slave. Aristotle thought almost every except Greeks was a natural slave. But the 19th century theorists did what? They changed it so that only Africans were natural slaves. The 19th century theorists changed this so that only Africans were natural slaves while white Europeans were the natural masters, right? Now, check this out, right? When Paul, the apostle, was saying slaves, obey your masters, was he talking to Africans serving the Europeans? Or was he talking to the Europeans serving the Greeks? I submit to you that passage wasn't talking about America. At the climate and the time when Paul wrote, the ruling class was shifting from the Greek to the Romans. The Greeks who had embraced the culture and the way of the Romans who embraced the culture of the Greeks who got it from the Egyptians had enslaved, as we just read in Aristotle's book, the barbarians or the Europeans, not the Negroes. So when he said, slaves, obey your masters, he was talking to you Europeans. Obey the Romans and Greeks that enslaved you in a city near you. Y'all don't like me now. See, there was no African slave trade when Paul said that. See, the theology schools want to flip the script and make that relevant to the transatlantic slave trade. We showed you how they hijacked the book, how they revamp things to make it appear like the whites were always the masters and the blacks were always the slaves, when the whites were the slaves of both the Greeks and the Romans. Is where you get your barbarians from. When you go into the book, when he says they're neither, look, let me show you. Y'all don't believe me. Y'all don't believe me. I'm gonna have to pull it out, right? Now, every time you see this word barbarian, Barbarian. Barbarian. Can't spell barbarian. Okay, let's bring it out. This is talking about Europeans, not Africans or Negroes, right? And you know you didn't know this, but I'm bringing it out, right? So, 1 Corinthians 14 says what? Therefore, if I know not the meaning of the voice, I shall be unto him that speaketh a barbarian, and he that speaketh shall be a barbarian unto me. Okay? Now, Colossians 3:11 says what? Where there's neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, boom, Scythian, look at that, barbarian, a foreigner, a non-Greek, right? So the Europeans, according to the biblical text, are not Greeks. They are barbarians or foreigners. So the foreigners had enslaved the barbarians. We read that in Aristotle's book. Not the Negroes. That's what you use that now. It said, and to follow dark race of people, but not the Negroes. Well, in Paul's letter, the slaves weren't the Negroes. The slaves were the barbarians. Slaves were the Scythes. Look at it again. Let's go back in here, right? All right. So Scythes, right? Where we at? Barbarian, right? Scythian. So we got barbarians, which is what? The barbaros, foreigners, non-Greeks. And the Scythians, right? Who are the Scythians? All right. Foreigner, Scythian, that is a savage, right? Now, I didn't say that part right there in Aristotle where he called them savages. Okay? And I need to pull it out. But Aristotle called the Europeans savages, right? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay, let me see. No, I ain't gonna find it. Let's do it this way. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the book here. Okay, and let's do it real quick. Okay, savage. Uh-oh. I'm messing up here. What I do? I'm messing up. I done messed up something. I hit something. I hit a couple buttons here I didn't need to hit. Oh my goodness, what's going on here, guys? Hold on. What did I do? Oh, I enlarging and I hit my camera. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta get my camera back on. Hold on a second. What I did? I done hit some button. I got excited and I hit some button. Now my camera's going. Okay, I figured it out. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I got a little above myself. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, now, so what I was trying to do was I was trying to savage. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. It's one of these pages. Hold on a second, see if I can find it. Okay, it's a whole lot in here. I'm see. I don't know. I think it's plural. Savages. That's interesting, but that wasn't the part where I was looking for. Let's see. It was savages. Let me make it plural. I had it in my notes. I was trying to find the shortest way to get to it. Okay. Savages. Okay. Just scratch that. I can't find the exact quote I was looking for. I got it in my notes, but let me just kind of continue with my summarization. Okay, so the Europeans ignored that Aristotle insulted them by saying that they lacked intelligence, right? They deleted the part where Aristotle said Europeans were lacking intelligence. They narrowed his definition to slave. Aristotle thought almost everyone except Greeks was a natural slave. Oh, I know what I was going to share with you all. Where he said slaves obey your masters, right? So let's see. Servants obey your masters. Let's see, which is well pleasing. Okay. So Colossians 3:22. Okay, so here's what he says. He just brings it back up on the screen here. All right. So Paul says what? He says, servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men pleases, but in singleness of heart and fearing of Elohim. Right? Now, here's the thing, right? How often have we heard this passage used in the slave Bible? We call it the nigger Bible. How often have we heard people quote that and use that to justify the enslavement? We can cover that when we get to the theology part of Christianity. We're gonna cover that. But how often have we heard people use that as a reference to us being servants as slaves to the Europeans, right? So when Paul said that, he was talking to those Europeans who the Greeks and Romans had enslaved, made them servants, which were the barbarians, right? The Skypes. So in Paul's letters, when you go into Paul, you see that Paul had a people that he preached to that he called Galatians. Okay? Who are the Galatians? They're those barbarian people that Paul went to evangelize. Some of them were slaves to the Romans and the Greeks, so he called them servants. Obey your masters. He wasn't talking about some African people in the African transatlantic slave trade, Mr. Theologian. He's talking about the ancestors of the Europeans who Aristotle calls barbarians and savages. Right? I know that hit hard right there. Somebody's mad as hell now.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
But the truth is the light. See, y'all can get mad all day long, but see, y'all get mad as hell when y'all see us using the book to put it where it properly is. You okay as long as the so-called white man is over top, have his foot on your neck, and you pull yourself up by your doggone bootstraps. You're all right with that. But then when you go back into the dynamic, like Maury Josiah always says, what was the time period when this was said? Who was the master? Who was the slave? Right? It wasn't the white Europeans. They wasn't even civilized at the time. They were barbaric. They had no kingdom. They had no intelligence, according to Aristotle. So they were the servants of the Greeks and Romans. Am I right?
Am I right?
I know it's tight, but it's right. I know you're mad as hell. You want to crack your screen, don't you? You want to bust that screen. All right. Now, let me finish my summarizing. I thought I would share that little nugget with you. Let y'all know the slaves wasn't the Negroes that he's talking about. Servants obey your masters. He wasn't talking to the Negroes. Y'all flipped the script. When the European colonialism got it, I can ask Google. Google will break it down. He'll agree with what I just said. If you ask Google that question, what was this? Was this passage used to justify? Watch this here. Watch this. I'm going to show you in real time. Okay. Colossians 3:22. All right. I want to say, let me go. I want y'all to watch this real time, right? So we're going to go to Google Gemini and we'll bring on the screen. Colossians, what was it again? Colossians, a second. Colossians 3:22. All right. All right. Was Colossians 3:22 to use to justify the enslavement of Africans? And watch this. Y'all watch this now. I'm doing this in real time. Okay, Colossians. I spelled Colossians wrong. Hold on a second. Let's see, Colossians. They got abbreviated. He'll pick it out. Google Gemini gonna know what I'm saying. Watch this. I'll watch it in real time. Yeah. I knew he was gonna look. Look, this is what Google Gemini said, right? That's why I like Google Gemini. He gonna nail it, right? Look, he said, yes, Colossians 3:22 was one of the most frequently used proofs text by pro-slavery theologians and plantation owners in the 18th and 19th century to justify enslavement of Africans. The verse reads, slaves obey earthly masters in everything and do not only when their eyes is on you and curry their favor, but with sincerity of heart and reverence for the Lord. How it was used in American South. Pro-slavery advocates use this verse and its parallel in Ephesians 6:5 to create a biblical mandate for the institution of chattel slavery. In the slave Bible, they bring the slave Bible up. Wait a minute. They bring the slave Bible. In the slave Bible in the early 1800s, some missionaries produced a heavily redacted version of the Bible for enslaved people. It removed about 90% of the Old Testament, including the story of the Exodus and Moses. I wonder why. And focused almost exclusively on verses like Colossians 3:22 to encourage submissiveness and prevent rebellion. Divine order argument. Preachers argued that because the apostles like Paul, I'm excited here, gave instructions to slaves on how to behave, they were implicitly endorsing slavery as a permanent divine order of society. They claimed that being a good slave was a way to serve God. Controlling eye service. Masters especially love the phrase about avoiding eye service. They use it to argue that enslaved people had a moral duty to work hard even when they weren't being watched, framing laziness or resistance as a sin against God. I love Google Gemini, man. All right, look. The conflict of interpretation. Abolitionists at the time pointed out that the pro-slavery side was committing a massive historical retcon to make the Bible fit their needs. How about that? Roman versus American slavery. Ancient Roman slavery, which Paul was addressing, was not based on race. Slaves in Rome could be any ethnicity, including white Europeans, could often own property and frequently gain their freedom. Ooh. He's kind of saying what I was saying. Kidnapping. Abolition cited 1 Timothy 1:10, which condemns men stealers, slave traders, to argue that the entire transatlantic slave trade was a sin from the start, making the masters in America legitimate according to the biblical law. The verse masters ignored pro-slavery. Pro-slavery preachers almost always stop reading before Colossians 4:1, which tells masters to treat slaves justly and fairly because they also have masters in heaven. In summary, just as the 19th century scientific racists used Aristotle to claim Greeks were white, 19th century pro-slavery theologians used Colossians 3:22 to claim that God had ordained the enslavement of Africans. They took their letter, written to small first century church in modern-day Turkey, and turned it into a legal and moral tool for one of the most brutal race-based systems in human history. Whew. Look, I'm going to have to give Google Gemini a bachelor's what was it? Doctors of Divinity. You nailed it, right? Okay. Let me finish my rap, and then I'm gonna go to read some excerpts from the book I told you about, J.A. Rogers. Okay, now, so the Europeans they narrowed definition of slave. Aristotle thought almost everyone except Greeks was a natural slave. In 19th century, theorists changed this so that the Africans were natural slaves while white Europeans are natural masters. They invented biological racism. Aristotle believed if you move to the Ethiopian to Greece, their descendants would eventually change because of the climate. 19th century racists argued that inferiority was in the blood and permanent, a concept Aristotle didn't have, right? So, in other words, when it like they did here in America, in the United States primarily, right? If you was a slave, you was supposed to be a slave, and your child was a slave, and you was born from a slave, you're gonna be a slave till you die, right? These were Christian people that was doing this stuff. And they always say, "I want to give credit. America's a Christian nation." You just put your foot in your mouth. Because if America's a Christian nation, why was America enslaving other people wrongfully and not in accordance with the slave laws in the Bible? We're not in the Old Testament. That's your excuse, right? All right. So they invented biological racism. Aristotle believed that if you move to Ethiopia to Greece, descendants would eventually change because of the climate. 19th century racists argued that inferiority was in the blood, a permanent concept of Aristotle didn't have. Aristotle would have viewed Africans as intelligent but spiritless barbarian. He would have no. I disagree with that because he didn't say that. This is what now Google Gemini. I can debate him on that one there because I didn't read that in the book. He'll correct it if I come back at him, but I ain't gonna do that right now. Okay. Aristotle would have viewed the African as an intelligent but spiritless barbarian. He would have viewed a modern day Englishman or American as a brave but unintelligent barbarian. In his mind, neither was truly human in the way of Greek citizenship was. Would you like? Okay, that's good. Now, so J.A. Rogers, okay, had this to say about this on page 29. This is the book called Race, Sex and Race. So let's do this one real quick. Sex and Race. And I said this is on page. Oh, no, Nature Knows the Color Line. I'm sorry, I got my book's twisted up here. Nature Knows the Color Line on page 29. So I'm gonna show you this on the screen, right? Page 29. Let's see, let's go back up here. 29. All right. Let's see. Negroes were first worshipped. Negroes were first. Okay, here we go. All right, check this out. This is Nature Knows the Color Line by J. Rogers. Let's zoom this in just a little bit here. Okay. Prejudice against Negroes and Negroids did not develop, even though the later came in times as invaders. In spite of diligent research, I have been able to find only one passage in which invading blacks are called a cursed race. That is in the Chanson of Roland, which will be mentioned later. Okay, skip. Okay, here's the part I want to read right here. Negroes, he says, Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. White masses bowed down to black deities, right? The rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and his Negro mother, Melanus, and the worship of black Isis and Horus was popular in Rome and the Roman colonies as far north as Britain. When this later evolved into worship of the black Madonna and the black Christ, Christian whites also bowed down to them. And he cite source here, his book Sex and Race. Okay, volume 1, page 273. We'll go to that in a second. Okay, I guess. All right. So let's take away. Let's unpack this real quick. He says J. Rogers says that Negroes, right, and Negroids. I'm sorry, Negroes were first worshipped in Greece. So the Greeks worship Negroes. Wait a minute. That explains to you why I said, right,
Wait a minute.
that Aristotle said the Negroes wasn't the first slaves. So why didn't they enslave the Negroes? Because J.A. Rogers said that they worshipped the Negroes. The Greeks didn't enslave the Negroes. They worshipped the Negroes. Why they worshiped the Negroes? Because when the Greeks went into Egypt and saw that the Negroes had a civilization, when Alexander the Greek went into Babylon and saw that even the Babylonians had black deities that was counterparts to the Egyptian deities, they worshipped them same deities, them black deities.
You in danger, girl.
They worship them black deities, brothers and sisters, right? Now, let's go back in here. So he said, Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. Oh, not just in Greece, but the Negroes were worshipped in Rome too. White masses bow down to the black deities. Okay, the rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and his Negro mother, Melanus. And the worship of black Isis and Horus was popular in Rome. And the Roman colonies, as far as North Britain, when they later evolved into worship of black Madonna, black Christ, Christian, right? So now, when you look at the Madonna, you see the images of the mother and the child. You see a whitewashed, Hellenized version of Greeks who borrowed it from the Egyptians, the worship of Isis, right? And Horus. Okay? Let me see what else I want to pull out of this here. Okay. In fact, one of these black Madonnas was a Sudanese woman of the 13th century AD. There were also Negro saints in the Catholic Church in Europe. How about that? You hear what he just said? There were Negro saints in the Catholic Church in Europe. So now look, let me just tell you this right here, right? The Romans of that antiquities are not the Italians of today. They were melanated, just like the Greeks were. They were lighter like me, but they had whitewashed all of the Roman people to the point that he saw the white man, because they say Romans were white. They weren't white. Somebody please tell the camps that the Romans weren't white. They were melanated. They were melanated. The Romans were, as he said, the Romans had started enslaving the barbarians, and that's where they became lighter. Right? That's what Aristotle was saying. And time doesn't permit me to go into Herodotus. I had some stuff I'm going to bring out. Some rabbits going to pull out that was Herodotus. Maybe I'll do a part 2 on this here before I go deep into J. Rogers. Okay, all right. Because I got a whole lot more that I didn't get a chance to cover yet. Okay, all right. So, after considering research, I have been able to find only 3 instances of laws aimed at Negroes in Europe. The first was in 1689 in France, when, under the influence of a white Haitian planter's marriage of whites and Negroes was forbidden. So under the influence of white Haitian planters, I wonder, how did the Haitians become white? Marriage of whites and Negroes was forbidden. The second, also in France, when Louis VIII or Louis XV ordered the expulsion of Negroes from France because of the 1500 mulatto foundings in Paris alone. Did y'all know that? Look what he said. Louis XV ordered expulsion of Negroes from France. So the Negroes were in France, he's saying, and he ordered them to be expulsion from France in 1500. I mean, in France because of 1500 mulatto foundings in Paris alone. Okay, a decree which was not carried out. Anti-marital laws was repealed during the Revolution. The third was in London in 1731 when the city council forbade the teaching of trades to Negroes. Right? Seemingly fourth was when the Moors of Granada were forbidden to bring in more blacks from Africa in 1560. That reason, however, was religious, not racial, as a prohibition did not apply to Christians regardless of color. This lack of color presence existed even through the Negroes had been engaging in warfare with whites on European soil, perhaps even before Hannibal. In fact, there were even saying and proverbs in favor of black people. An old English saying was, to see a black man, the first thing on waking up in the morning is an omen of good luck. Okay. Shakespeare speaks of the sweet color of Ethiops and Sonnet 130 rapturously of black skin and wiry hair. Negroes became the favorites of royalty as far north as Russia. Adopted by royalty, they were given royal surnames, married persons of rank, and in some cases became virtual rulers and ancestors of European royalty. Did you know that? Ooh. Read that part again. He said, Negroes became favorites of royalty as far north as Russia. Adopted by royalty, they were given royal surnames, married persons of rank, and in some cases became virtual rulers and ancestors of European royalty. So there goes your King James right there, right? All right.
Wait a minute.
King James was a Negro. I keep trying to tell y'all. King James was a Negro. Now, whether he was a Hebrew Israelite or whether he was a Hebrew Edomite, that remains to be confirmed. I believe it was a Hebrew Edomite. I believe. Okay. Now, so look at that's Jay Rogers. All right. So Jay Rogers says Negroes, as was said, were deified in early Greece. They appear as gods in Greek mythology. The chief title of Zeus, greatest of the Greek gods, was Ethiops. That is black. Zeus, we read that. As a matter of fact, I want to say, was that Herodotus that said that? I think Herodotus said that. I think it was Herodotus that said it. We don't have enough time in the day to go through these books. So Herodotus, right? I believe it was him. He said that Hercules and Zeus both were black. Europeans have whitewashed everything. Every damn thing that they got their hands on, they whitewashed it. In a city near you. Negroes, as was said, were deified in early Greece. They appeared as gods in Greek mythology. The chief title of Zeus, greatest of the Greek gods, was Ethiops. That is black. And from descriptions of Ethiopians in early Greek writings, there can be no doubt of the identity with living Negroes. Xenophanes of about 550 BC spoke of their black skin, the flat noses, and Herodotus, which we didn't have time to cover yet, 450 BC. Not only does this, that's what I just said. I said Herodotus was the one I think you said that Zeus was black and Hercules. Not only does that not only does the same, but adds that the Egyptians were like them. Again, Strabo, another historian, 1st century BC geographer, wrote of the Ethiopians' black complexion and woolly hair. Snowden says that the Greeks regarded blackness as a typical of the Ethiopians' color and apparent not only from descriptions of the Ethiopian skin as the blackest in the world, but proverbially to wash an Ethiopian white. Homer, in his often quoted passages, tells how the Greek gods used to go to the feast days to Ethiopia to commune with their ancestor Dionysus, wrote, upon the great Atlantic near the Isle of Eritrea for its pasture fame, the sacred race of Ethiopians dwell. He got his sources right here. He got them. He got the references right here. Okay, this is is it an ellipsis of ancestry and published in 1776. So this one here, look, you might want to screenshot this one here because this book here is written in 1776. That's the year when the United States was supposed to got their independence. All right, let's see. Let's go further. As a legendary siege of Troy, black men and women fought with great courage. One of their kings was Black Memnon, Black Memnon, sorry about that, of Ethiopia. The hero of companion of Ulysses, hero of Troy, was a black woolly-haired Eurybaetus. Zeus, the father of the gods, is in love with Lamia, a black princess from Africa. Mylitta, queen of the gods, originally Assyrian, also worshipped in Greece, was black and associated with miscegenation. From her comes the word mulatto. Other black Venus were Melanus, from which is derived melanin, or pigment in the Negro skin. How about that? There goes that word melanin. Melanus, right? Let's see. Egyptian princess married a Greek, and from whom it is said the name Scotland originated. She is believed to be the ancestor of the Scots. Did you know that? From which, let's see, other black Venus were Melanus, from which is derived melanin, or the pigment in the Negro skin, and Scotta, or Scotia, an Egyptian princess married to a Greek, and from whom is said the name Scotland originated. She is believed to be the ancestor of the Scots. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
It seemed like if you from Scotland, you got some Negro ancestry according to J. Rogers. All right. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Okay, all right. Let me see. Let me see if I can give you one more from this book here. Let's see. What do I want to do from this book here? In fact, I'll tell you what I do. We'll do part 2. I'm not gonna bear your patience any longer. I want to thank you for your time. Okay. It's too much. Maybe when I retire, I'll start a Hebrew Israelite University online. That way anybody in the world can come. I think that's an excellent idea. I think I'll start a Hebrew Israelite University online. And I'll have plenty of time to be able to lay out my lessons. I won't be working 14 hours a day and have to kind of get in between my time off, lessons prepared. So, told everybody for that King's at it again. Appreciate that. Praise Yah. I'm going to close out this part, and then I'm going to remain online for anybody that wants to come in. I'm going to give you the link. You come if you're still around, the brother that had so much to say, and the other Israelite brother that asked about Esau. I will leave it open for now, we're going to close out this session. I'm going to say I appreciate your time, all those of you that came in and joined on this live stream. And I pray that the peace of Yah, that passeth all comprehension, keep hearts and minds through Yahshua the Messiah, until we meet again at the point in time. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Okay. Anybody want to come in? Total everybody for that, brother Digital. Total everybody for that contribution. Appreciate that. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Appreciate your generosity for sure. Now here's what I'm gonna do, Mr. Pink. Showtime. I'm going to offer the link here. Anybody want to come in? Told them about that. I'm going to offer. Going to invite. Okay, so click on the link, Mr. Who is it, Mr. Pink? Okay. So that's the link there. If you want to come and you want to challenge, anything that I said or shared, or you want to rebut, this is an opportunity for you to come and do it. If you just want to come and just want to offer greetings to the people, you just want to make your presence known. You don't have to put yourself on the camera if you don't want to. You can go to then you can navigate your settings and just have your a picture or still there, or you don't have to have a picture. So if anybody wants to come in and specifically Mr. Pink, who was the other person that wanted to talk about Esau? Somebody asked questions. I had some stuff about Esau. Let me see. That was. Let me see. While I wait for somebody to come on, I want to show y'all some images of So this is the book. He quotes from all these different authors, but here are some pictures of stills that they don't want you to know about. These are ancient findings that they found in Greece, right? Just like they found in Egypt. These are some of the same people that they found in Greece, right? The coins with the Negro head, that's number one, right? So this is number one. Light to the Gentile, you still around? This is the coin with the Negro head, right? That's this one here, number one. Found in Greece. Okay. Two, Melanus, mother of Delphos, founder of the rites of Apollo. That's number two. This her. See that? It said she was Melanus was the mother of Delphos, founder of the rites of Apollo. Number three is Circe, sources in Homer's Odyssey. This is Circe. So when we talk about Circe, right? The Greek house of Circe. See, because they want us to believe that they want us to believe that. Let's see, how do I do this here? No, I don't want that. Let's see. They want us to believe that let's do it this way. Okay, no, that's too small. Okay, I don't know. They want us to believe that the Greeks look like Europeans. But the rocks was crying out. Messiah said, if these hold a peace, the rocks will cry out. Rocks are relics. The rocks are crying out. When they dig up these archives, right? When they go into these ancient lands and they dig into the ground, they're finding relics. I've been knowing it for years when the Messiah said, if these hold their peace, the rocks will cry out. That's what he's talking about. Think about it. We often made that to mean that he's talking about the rocks are going to praise him. Oh, the rocks are praising him. But what are the rocks doing? The rocks are telling the story that's been buried. So these relics that they had to dig out, right? They had to dig these relics out. Elder, the only channel managing options I had was block and unblock. Mr. Pink earlier, all the other options were not available. I think to that point, my brother, I don't know if he's gone or not, if he's still in. But can you unblock him? If he's still in, I don't know if he left. I don't like for people to run because I don't run from a fight. I welcome. I let a person talk, and then when I'm not gonna cut them off. I let them talk, and I ask them, can I speak now? Because if a person's ratting off, right, the book, you got to argue. This is how you get most people. You got to deal with them according to the book, right? Now, what I want to do is, since I'm there, I'm gonna play this clip that I uploaded on my YouTube channel, and I want to address, because I posted this. I posted this last week. I mean, this week rather. And I wanted to see if, let me see, where's my videos at? Let me go to my channel here. I'm gonna play this, and I want y'all to see if you can see what Dr. Martin Luther King left out. All right. Let's see, videos. Now, where is it? No, I can't find it. I know I uploaded it. Hold on a second. Let me see. Shorts. What's this short? Oh, here it is. Okay. This had 847 views. Okay. I'm going to play this. And let's see. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to turn the... Oh, I got the volume off. Okay. Watch this clip real quick. And then I want to see if y'all caught what I caught. Okay? Let's do it.
I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
That's a part of it, and that grows out of something else. You can't thingify anything without depersonalizing that something. If you use something as a means to an end, at that moment you make it a thing and you depersonalize it. The fact is that the Negro was a slave in this country for 244 years. That was a willful thing that was done. The Negro was brought here and changed, treated in very inhuman fashion, and this led to the thingification of the Negro. So he was not looked upon as a person. He was not looked upon as a human being with the same status and worth as other human beings. And the other thing is that human beings cannot continue to do wrong without eventually rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. That is one thing that other immigrant groups haven't had to face. The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma, and that can never be overlooked. So I think these things are absolutely necessary. The other thing is that America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land, or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. But it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
So now,
Why are they looking for the excuse? What is it about the Negro?
okay. Now, let me ask the question. Did anybody catch? Did anybody catch what was missing? Anybody that's still listening? Did anybody catch what he missed? I said it was very, very excellent response, but he left a main part out about he left a main part out. As the Hebrew awakened Israelites, we know he left out. And I'll tell you the answer. He left out the scriptures. He talked about how to theoretically have enslaved the black people, because when he asked them, let me back it. I'm gonna back it up again, and this time I'm going to interject. Okay, so let's do it one more time here. Let's interject here. Let's put myself down here at the bottom. Okay, and let's go.
I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
That's a part of it, and that grows out of something else. You can't thingify anything without depersonalizing that something. If you use something as a means to an end, at that moment you make it a thing and you depersonalize it. The fact is that the Negro was a slave in this country for 244 years. That was a willful thing that was done. The Negro was brought here in chains, treated in very inhuman fashion, and this led to the thingification of the Negro. So he was not looked upon as a person. He was not looked upon as a human being with the same status and worth as other human beings.
Right.
And the other thing is that human beings cannot continue to do wrong without eventually rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see
let's just
scientifically everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see morally, biologically, rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on America.
What he left out was that slavery was justified theologically. He said theoretically. Now, whether or not he meant theological, you could ask the question, theological, is theological the same as theoretical? Let's see, hold on a second. I'm gonna write Josiah, share something with me. I just saw it on my phone. I don't know how I can share it. Let me see. Let's see if I can email it myself. I'll share what he shared with me. Um, but in the meantime, let's see. Is theologically and theoretically the same? No. Okay. All right. So right. So right. So that's what he left out. Theologically, they enslaved. They made justify slavery theologically. That's what a lot of our Christian friends don't make the connection. That we were enslaved theologically, and that's what we're going to address in 2 weeks. We're going to address. I need to find some time where I can expedite my note. Maybe if I get some time, maybe I'll pre-record. That way I can get straight to the points without because Shabbat I kind of get relaxed and laid back and take my time to get to the points. But if I back in the old days, I would do channels. I mean videos, and I would do like 10, 15-minute videos. So I get a whole lot said in 15 minutes that might take me 2 hours or an hour at least to do. I can get it in 15 minutes if I do pre-record. So I try to be live for the audience, but maybe it's a good idea for me just to find some time to pre-record some stuff for the Shabbat. So um, I'll see about that. Okay. With that said, I'm going to unshare the screen here, and if anybody wants to join in, I'm going to give you one last shot. Anybody that's still here, it was a brother that commented. Okay. It was a brother that commented. Mr. Pink is gone. He probably left because you blocked him. Okay. Coach Sherry, I don't know if you're still on or not. It says Sherry became a member level, covenant members. Appreciate that. Praise God. Hallelujah. It was a comment. Shamaria said she likes the idea of Hebrew Israelite University. I think online. I think we can make it happen, and it, you can get a degree of completion or some type of certificate of completion, which which will be equivalent to having a doctorate or a degree in theology, as they do. So, I mean, the European system don't give us degrees. I've been a student of this whole thing for most of my adult life. I mean, nobody's offered me an honorary doctor's of divinity. They wouldn't either. But I think that there's a way we can do this university, and we can actually deal with archive books and stuff like that, and teach classes and give out certificates. I'm willing to do that and make it credible, right? Let's see. So, brother, let's hide this. Let's unshare the screen. Let's see. Okay. So much great truth you are bringing up. Oh, Toda Rabbah. It's good to hear that you got something out of what we share. Heard King James was dark skinned a while ago. Mm-hmm. You see all the people praying to the Black Madonna, right? That's right. So diversity is the best form of learning. That's right. Let's see. They missed to know when he was blocked and heads up that he was unblocked 1 minute. Okay. Um. Let's see. Elder only channel. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Right. I read that one there. Okay. I think I read this one too. Okay. I read that one. Okay, looks like I pretty much covered everything I see on here. Okay. Um, I'm gonna shut it down. So look, brothers and sisters, once again, appreciate your time. Those 11 that are still here. Like, share, and subscribe this video to your isn't the name Hebrew a Greek translation? Should we be named after Grandpa Eber as Eber instead of Eber Israelites? Um, well, Hebrew is actually a transliteration of Eber. So it's pretty much saying the same. It's just like saying Jacob versus Jacob. Okay. It depends on your preference. We tend to kind of say Hebrew because it confuses a lot of people when you speak in a language that they don't comprehend. It avoids the confusion. A light to the Gentile. What you doing? You are you working on a video? I got some stuff I wanted to share with you on the Gentiles since you're still here. Um, on the Edomites rather. Edomites. Uh, let me see if I can. You still in? You still here? Uh, all right, like if you're still here, I'll share what I got for you. Oh, he's here. Okay. Um. Okay. You're gonna like this here. Okay. Let me see. Let me go to my notes here real quick. Um. I was doing something. I didn't know how I was going to incorporate this, but it came up in my preparation, and so I was. Uh, oh, let's see. Where did it go? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Now I gotta find the conversation. Uh, okay, here we go. Uh, let me see. I'm not sure if this is the one. Let's see. I think I was talking about the Maccabees. Wait a minute. Some of these chats, I kind of ask several questions. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if this is it here. Uh, uh, Evoking the method. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on a second, there, my brother. I'm looking for it. Lamar said, if we are from Hebrew heritage, why is it said that Israelites are the leading culture that some prefer? Um, well, let me ask you the question. What is it that they say? Because I mean, I don't have a problem with Hebrew. I know mostly the one West divisions, certain sects of them have a problem with that saying Hebrew. I went into a class years ago, and I say Hebrew, and this guy in one of the camps, he wanted uh, to try to embarrass me in his class. We don't say Hebrew here. And so, I'm the kind of person like this. When you say something to me like that, I got questions. So, I mean, you kind of like me, um, Lamar. You kind of like me. You ask questions. You the kind of person that they kick you out the class like they did Warren Josiah. He went to one of them classes and asked the question. He caught it on film. They kicked him out the class. asked him to leave. So, I mean, it's not wrong with asking questions. I mean, when people say stuff like that, I mean, I don't see where it's an issue with saying Hebrew or Ibri. Some people say Ibri, Iber. Uh, let me see. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find my chat. I didn't name it. I should have named it. Some never recognize their heritage as a heritage of people. That's true. Uh, if you want to come on the screen, click this link right here, and I'll bring you in. You can come in with your cell phone. You don't have to come in with. You don't have to bring the video in. You can bring your audio in, and you can talk to me. I'm looking for something for a light to the Gentiles. I want to share. And was that question asked? Okay, let me see. Hold on. I think this is it right here. Okay, let me see. Okay, you still there? Let me see. Let me share my screen here. While Lamar is trying to come in. Let me see. Share screen, entire screen. Okay, select. I don't need the audio. I just want to share the screen. Okay. All right. So I asked a question for. Oh, there he is. Who is that? Is that Lamar? Let's see. Light to Gentiles. Light. Hey,
Hello?
Shalom. Shalom. What's
Hey,
good?
how are you?
All right. What's going on? Shalom. I can hear you.
Yeah, I got a lot going on. Lot
Got
of
a lot of good.
lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually
Well.
covering the Book of Mormon soon about how fake it is.
Okay. I was digging out uh showing the contrast between because see the camps try to use Esau is Chittim and say the Romans and Greeks, right?
Yeah?
So when I was doing some questioning, um, I asked them, well, how did the Hebrews or Israelites view the Greeks and Romans?
Yeah?
And the Greeks, um, he said that the Greeks. Let me see. I'm gonna do another chat because let me see because I can't find it. I'm gonna name this one here. So let me see. What? Okay. How does the book of Maccabees contrast the Greeks from the Romans? Okay, I asked something along that line. Okay, here we go. Okay, look, can you see the screen?
Let me see if I can pull it up. Screen's kind of small.
I tell you what I do. I'll make it big. Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. All right. So the question was, how does the Book of Maccabees contrast the Greeks from the Romans? He says the Book of Maccabees, specifically 1 and 2 Maccabees, offer a fascinating snapshot of the world in transition. While both Greeks and Romans were Western superpowers to the Jewish authors, they are portrayed with starkly different vibes. The Greeks are the intimate enemy, while the Romans are the admired but distant superpower. So wait a minute. So if the Greeks and the Romans are the same people, how is it that the Greeks were the ultimate enemies, right?
Yeah.
But when he said the Greeks are the intimate enemy, intimate, and the Romans are admired. So if they're the same people, would it be a contradiction?
Yeah, it would be, because how can you love but also dislike the same people?
So they're not the same people, right?
Uh-uh.
According to Gemini, right? So then he goes and gives references. Okay, in the Maccabees narrative, the Greeks, specifically the Seleucid Empire under Antiochus, the fourth Epiphanes, are primarily villains. The conflict isn't just military, it is essential cultural war. Forced assimilation, the Greeks are depicted as aggressive cultural imperialists. They didn't just want taxes, they wanted to abolish the Sabbath, forbid circumcision, and replace the Torah with Greek philosophy and athletics gymnasium. The arrogant king Maccabees first portrayed Antiochus IV as a sinful root fueled by pride. His desire to unify his kingdom under one culture is seen as a direct affront to the covenant. Internal betrayal. The book highlights that the Greek threat was exacerbated by Hellenizing Jews who wanted to adopt Greek fashions and abandon their heritage, right?
Yeah.
But the Romans, too, he says, idolized allies. At this specific point in history, mid-second century BCE, Rome was still a republic to the Maccabees. The Romans were the enemy of the enemy of my enemy, the good superpower. Maccabees First Maccabees chapter 8 contains a famous, almost glowing description of Rome. The author portrays them as incredible, powerful, but uniquely disciplined. A system of equality. Interestingly, the author praises the Roman Senate. They were impressed that no one among them put on a crown or wore purple as a show of pride, and that they entrusted their government to the body of 320 men who deliberated daily. Reliability. The Maccabees saw the Romans as faithful allies who kept their word. Yehudas Maccabees sent envoys to Rome to sign a treaty of friendship and alliance to keep the Greeks in check.
Never heard that one.
Huh?
I've never heard that before.
Look, man, that's marginal right there, right? So
Yeah.
that's something. That's another nail to put in the coffin on that Esau the white man doctrine. Because if Esau is the Greeks and Romans, then how is it that they embraced the Romans but they rejected the Greeks?
Yeah.
The Greeks were considered to be oppressors to
That's
the Israelite
funny.
people. Huh?
That's funny.
It can't be both, right?
Nah. But you see One West, specifically IAYC, tries to make a difference between the Roman Republic and the Empire for some reason.
Okay, let's do
Yeah, I
that.
don't,
Okay. So, okay, watch this now. Is there a difference between the Roman Republic, and the Roman Empire? Okay, were they Idumeans? Okay, watch this. I think that was a question I asked. Okay, let me see. Let me share my screen again because he gave me some stuff when I asked that question Let's see
Oh,
if you can give me the same answers, because uh, sometimes they. Okay, he said yes. There's a massive difference between the two. Historically, the shift of the Republic to Empire is one of the most significant rebrands in human history. As for the Idumeans, they fit into a story perfectly, specifically through the rise of most famous Idumean of all, Herod the Great. Republicans versus Empire. The governance shift. The main difference lies in who held power and how they kept it. Roman Republic, 509 through 27 BC. This is a version of Rome the Maccabees admired. Power structure governed by Senate aristocrats, sorry about that, and two elected consuls who served 1 year terms. It was designed with checks and balances to prevent any one man from becoming the king. The vibe, hard-nosed, traditional, obsessed with the way of ancestors. Expansion. Rome grew from city-state to Mediterranean power during this time. The Roman Empire, Republic collapsed after decades of civil wars. He says, think Julius Caesar. Power structure. Total authority rested with one man, the emperor, or a princeps. While the Senate still existed, it was largely a ceremonial rubber stamp of the emperor wishes. Divide. Imperial grandeur, massive standing armies loyal to the leader, and a cult of personality where the emperor was often worshipped as a deity. Were they Idumeans? He says, no. Look at that. Were they Idumeans? No. The Romans
no.
themselves were not Idumeans. The Romans were Latins from the Italian peninsula. You see that?
Yeah, what the Edomites? No.
That's a Google Gemini. So look, he gonna break it down in a minute. Let me see. Okay. However, the Idumeans played a massive role in how Rome governed Judea. Here is the breakdown. Who were the Idumeans? They were descendants of Edomites, traditionally the descendants of Esau. They lived in south of Judea. The forced conversion. During the Hasmonean Maccabean dynasty, the Jewish king John Hyrcanus conquered Idumea and forced the population to convert to Judaism. Right? The
Yeah.
rise of Herod, because of the Idumeans were technically Jewish, but seen as outside by born Jews, the Romans found them to be a perfect middleman. Roman client king, the Rome client king, Romans appointed Herod the Great, an Idumean by descent, as king of the Jews. He was loyal to the Roman Empire, not to the Jewish religious establishment. Distinction. The Romans were a bosses, the empire. The Idumeans, specifically the Herodian family, were local managers hired by Rome to keep the peace in Jerusalem.
Just like Barack Obama.
Right, right. That's a good example. So Barack Obama wasn't a European, but he was a president in a European ruled Senate.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I have a question. I know, it's not polite to miss the lesson and then ask a question, but
Yeah.
if the Greeks are like Negroes, who's Kittim and Javan?
But the thing is, they were all melanated because there was a difference between the Caucasoid people and the Greeks and Romans. That's the piece of
So,
history. That's the piece of history that they leave out
so were
because
the Greek and Romans Japhet or were they somebody else?
they were Japhet, right? Yeah, but they were melanated Japhet, right? They
So
were.
was it kind
No, go ahead.
so was it kind of like stuff I've covered on my channel where not all Japhet is pale and you have some brown Japhet, or were they just Negroes?
Well, I don't know that you could classify any of Japhet as pale other than Gomer, the people that lived in the Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah.
So, J.A. Rogers talks about some of that in the book. Um, his book called Sex and Race.
Oh yeah, I know that book.
You have that book? You have it?
On Internet Archive, I've used it a few times.
Yeah. Well, he talks about that, the different theories of where white people came from. He talks about it. Matter of
Yeah.
fact, I think he was somebody that what's his name? From Babylon Timbuktu. Um Rudolph Windsor.
Hmm.
Rudolph Windsor quoted a lot of stuff from him. Because AJ Rogers, they didn't want to publish his books because he was debunking and uprooting a lot of false Eurocentric teachings that they had with facts, artifacts, and
Oh,
facts.
yeah. That's something that's kind of confused me for a while because I know the one West camps like to say the Greeks were black, so they're not just like I don't know. They try and like, oh, the Greeks were black. They weren't Esau, even though Esau's black too. But
Well, but here's the thing: if you want to make Chittim, okay, let's check this out. Right, all right. Since you're there, let me see. Let me change the title of this. Uh, so I can have it to relate back to. Let's see. Let's rename this to Edomites. Okay, and then I'm gonna pin this. Okay, so now, uh, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
basically, how could the one West camps like to try and say that the Greeks and Romans were Negroes and that Esau replaced them? Obviously, we know Esau is Negro too, but I'm just kind of confused. How is the Greeks and Romans looking like LeBron James, but they're Japhet? Like, I don't get that.
Well, I would ask that question like this: if the Greeks was black and they come from Yavan, how could the Romans be white? Because
Well, I mean,
they come from the same sun.
yeah, but then that's kind of playing into the one West game. So now they're gonna Esau, just they're always saying Japhet is black, Esau's white, so they don't really make any sense.
Well, but here's the thing though: if they're tying him according to Jasher chapter 90 with Chittim, and Chittim is wrong, right?
Yeah,
So they're trying to say that Esau was white and Romans is because okay, it all goes back to the origin of the Romans being white. Where did that come from, right? And
yeah,
you and I know the origin of that uh, comes from the Jewish Talmud.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
They taught that the Romans were um, Romans were Christians
uh-huh.
and Edomites.
Yeah,
So the thing of it is that Romans were melanated, Greeks were melanated, Edomites were melanated, um, Hebrews were melanated. So you can't make any of those white exclusively. You might have some white that you know. Just think about it like this, right? Okay, if you married a Caucasian woman and you had a child,
yeah,
that child gonna have some white in them,
yeah.
but you the father.
True seed.
So the house is concerned. The house is preserved through the house of the fathers, right? So
Yeah,
would that? So if your child came out looking white, would that make him not be a Negro?
no,
So that's the point I'm making. So Esau, even if Esau looked white, now here's the debunk to that. If Esau father was a Negro, sharing the same father, Yaakov, then the white people are actually Negroes.
yeah. Which we know they're not.
So that's how you hit that, because And you want to make Esau be the white man, but we come from the same father, then they got to be Negroes because one drop black blood, right?
And then and then the fact that they were Esau's marrying all those Hamites, so you got to add that in too.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah, I
the
guess.
thing is that as Google, as Gemini, how am I viewed in the eyes of those that teach Esau as the white man?
Yeah.
And Google Gemini said that they said that I'm soft.
Huh.
He said the camps like ISUPK, GMS, and uh, 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 what is it? What is it? It was what's Nathaniel's group called?
IUIC.
Yeah, he said all of them say that I'm soft because I attempt to. He said this is what he said. I attempt to save the white race.
That's what they always say. Like, we're just teaching the truth.
I
You
said,
know?
wait a minute. How can one man save a whole race of people?
Yeah. People used to say that about me, and it was the type of thing where I had to make lessons about Gog and Magog and stuff, because it's like we've been brainwashed to think that judgment only means Esau.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the white man being Japhet and not Esau does not mean that I'm cool with everything they've done.
Right.
But we're unlearned about that.
Right. Shamari, that's right. She said color didn't play a prominent role until interactions until the 1600s. That's right. The white supremacists, it started with the Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
But it was a religious thing because when the time, let's see, hold on a second. The time of enlightenment. Okay. I'm responding to okay. So here's the time of enlightenment, often called the Age of Reason, was an intellectual and philosophical movement that swept through Europe and the Americas during the 17th and 18th century. So that's the point Shamari is making, which is correct. So
Yeah.
when the time of enlightenment, the Europeans had to find a way to get control over all of the sons, specifically the Israelites. So that's when they got together, and you see they was kicking out. We was all over the globe, and a lot of cases, to your point, somebody said earlier, every Israelite didn't go through uh, the curses.
Hmm.
Some Israelites expanded outside of. They were already expanding outside of the land of nativity into Europe. And you ask, what's his name? Boyd Dawkins. Is it Boyd Dawkins? Let me see. Boyd Dawkins, I think. Dawkins. Let me see. Hold on a second. You ever heard of Boyd Dawkins?
No, I don't think I have.
I think it's Boyd Dawkins. Is it Boyd Dawkins? Uh, okay, so Boyd Dawkins said, okay, here we go. Boyd Dawkins, what Sir William Boyd Dawkins, he was a prominent Victorian geologist and archaeologist. He said that he did not claim that black people, in the sense of sub-Saharan Africans, lived in prehistoric Europe. However, he did describe an early population in Europe using terms that can be confusing to modern readers. To understanding what he actually meant, we have to look at 1880 book Early Man in Britain and his place in the territory period. Iberic, the Mediterranean race. Dawkins argued that primary Neolithic Stone Age inhabitants of Britain and Europe were a group he called the Iberians. physical description, he describes them as having a dark complexion and black hair. Modern link, he believes these people were ancestors of Basques of Spain and France. He did not classify them as African, rather, he viewed them as a brunette branch of Europeans. So, in other words, that's what Nathaniel would take and run with that. Say, see, your faf was black.
Yeah, they
Esau,
run with that.
Esau went up in there and he made them all white.
Yeah, that foolishness.
He took all their names.
It's funny how easy that is to debunk in Jasher, though.
Huh?
It's funny how easy that doctrine is to debunk with the Book of Jasher, with the Zepho and all that.
Right. Right. But anyway, I guess the point I was trying to make was there were black people, uh, um, Hamitic people, who he says they were Iberian. Okay. So look, I mean, I'm not going to do this here, but I can go back and forth with him about the Iberians. Where did the Iberians come from? And he'll see. That's the thing you got to do with Google Gemini. When he gives you an answer that you can't concur with, like, wait a minute, I think he's trying to put a little stuff in the game. Then you ask him a question to bring him back, and he like, oh, because see, he like, I'm glad you corrected me. One time I had a conversation with Google Gemini. He said, I'm glad you corrected me.
That sounds better than Chat GPT.
Huh?
That sounds better than Chat GPT.
Well, the thing with Google Gemini, right?
Yeah.
He'll talk back to you. Watch this. Watch this here. I asked, were there any other ancient Greek historians that had, what was the question? Similar views Herodotus had of Europe.
Yes, several other ancient Greek writers shared Herodotus's East versus West worldview. In fact, Herodotus wasn't just expressing a personal opinion. He was participating in a broader Greek intellectual movement called environmental determinism. The most significant figures who shared or expanded on his views were Hippocrates, Aristotle, and later Strabo.
Okay, that's good. So he talked to you. Now, there's a way I can make that thing talk on my computer, but I think I have to download an app to do that.
Oh.
But let's do something in the future. Let's have an open discussion on Esau.
Heck, that would be fun.
And then we'll invite other people to come in.
Oh boy.
And we'll set the rules that we got power over the channel. So if a person come in here and they want to be disrespectful, we can block them.
Yeah, and all,
we don't have to
we
argue
usually
with
do
it.
all that cussing and stuff.
So if they want to come with soundness, then we'll give them a space to talk. But if they want to come and be disrespectful, they just get blocked.
Yeah. It's funny you talked about, Jafet rewriting history, because I'm not sure if you saw it, but I did a lesson a few weeks ago about the people who believe like all things fulfilled, because
Right.
what they believe is that there was hidden history in the Dark Ages, and they say that Christ was ruling in the Dark Ages, and that's what they're trying to hide. But what I showed them was what they were really hiding is the Moors. That was really what was happening in the Dark Ages, and it had nothing to do with Christ returning.
Right. Exactly. I think the broader picture is to that statement that Lamar just made. I don't know if you can see the screen or not.
Let me see.
Color to identify race of people came from man's theology to cause confusion. And that's basically what we covered in the lesson today. There's only one race of people, the human race. But you got to also add to that too, Lamar, is that the Most High did divide the nation. So there are nations. There are. Let's see. Let me see if I can bring it up. Okay, this is a Deuteronomy 32 and 8 comes to my mind here. Okay, let's see if I can share the screen here real quick. Okay, so check this out here. So it says, when the Most High divided the nations, their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the numbers of the children of Israel. So that's true. So the thing of it is that um, every nation, and when you go back to that goes back to the book of Jubilees, right? Let me see if I can bring it out real quick.
Yeah, like the division of the earth and all that.
Jubilees, does Noah grant the sons their lands to inhabit? Okay, there we go. Chapter 8, that's it. Chapter 8, there you go. So can you see that, Lamar, can you see that? So there is, to your point, color. They're not color, it's tribes, right?
Uh-huh.
So yes, um, right. See, Samara knew where I was going with that. Samaria, I knew what I was going with. The nations, tribes, and tongues. Very good, right? That's it. Like, you still there?
Yeah, I guess I'm
Oh,
listening. I guess this is kind of confusing to me how Gomer, like the people on your thumbnails, look so different from the Gomerites, but they're all supposed to be Japhet. I don't know. It's kind of hard to get.
well, here's the thing. Shamaria and Lamar hit it. It's not the color, it's the tribe, nation, and tongue. So the line follows the father. So, for example, if you like, when the Greeks, who were Japhetic, who had melanin, enslaved the barbarians who come from the north, the fathers who planted the seed in the barbarian Caucasian women, their children, even if they look white, are Greek
Yeah,
from their father, right?
yeah,
So you could have a barbarian Northern European father who um, grabs a African woman, right,
yeah,
and has a child, and the child comes out blacker than black. But guess what? He's a
yeah. This,
Caucasian
yeah, yeah,
because his father. The line follows the father.
yeah. I
So
just,
that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point that Lamar and Shamaria made.
of
The
course,
line, huh?
yeah, of course. The seed. It's just, I'm sorry if I'm hung up here. It's just, how could two sons look so different? You know what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of it has to do with genetic makeup. Because, say, for example, 3 generations back, an African woman is a descendant of a Japhetic Russian.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of a mixture of genetic makeup is going to create a variation of how that person looks.
So
That's
really, so like the Greeks and Romans had more admixture going on than like the northern people.
it depends. I mean, there's no way to okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, look at the Timmy and Tamara, right? Their fathers are
Okay.
Caucasian,
Yeah.
but they look black, don't they?
Yeah.
But they're actually Caucasian on the father's side.
Yeah. That's the seed. I know I'm like holding up the live stream. Like I understand the seed part, but I'm just wondering, how did Kittim and Javon start looking Negro?
They didn't start looking. They was they was born that way.
And Gomer was not?
They all were melanated, but when they separated and went to their regions, that's what's called the terminology is called uh it's called mis- miscegenation.
Okay.
It says so. I said, okay. Let me see if I can put this on the screen so you can see what I'm presenting. Right. Okay. Let me go back here. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. So the word itself is complex, controversial history, particularly in the United States. Here is a breakdown of the origins of legal battles surrounding it and how perspective on it shifted during the Enlightenment and beyond. Etymology. The term was actually invented as a political hoax. The coinage, 1863, the word was created by a journal. Is that the one I'm looking for? Let me see. Hold on. Miscegenation laws. Okay, no, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. What is it? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me get my, wait a minute. What
Okay.
is it called when different races mix and have various uh, various traits? Okay, there's a word I'm looking for, but it's not coming. It's not miscegenation. What's the word? Um, it's a specific word. Um, and mixture, multiracial syncretism, misogyny. Okay, misogyny. Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Why I got miscegenation? Hold on a second. See what happens. I get asked too many questions. You're trying to connect it to my original question.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, misage. I spelled it wrong. It's misage.
Okay.
Pronounce misage. I said miscegenation. So I spelled it wrong. Okay. It's a Spanish term that refers to the process of biological and cultural blending between different ethnic groups. While the word can technically apply to any mixing, it is almost exclusively used in context of Latin American history, describing a fusion of indigenous peoples, European primarily Spanish and Portuguese and Africans. There you go. Historical origin. The concept began during the Spanish colonization of Americas in the 16th century. Unlike some British colonies, which often enforced strict social separation, and Spanish colonies saw widespread intermarriage and union between populations from the very beginning. The Misedzo, historically, Misedzo was specifically a person of a combined European and indigenous American descent. Let's see, it was something more to what I was trying to bring out. But basically, what it has to do with it has to do with that concept this here, Misedje. But it has to do with when you take it's kind of like a GMO fruit.
Yeah.
You slice and mixing DNA together, and you get, or you might create a fish like a tilapia.
Oh yeah, like crossbreeding fish.
Yeah, yeah. So that's kind of like what it is. So it's like when different people from different hereditary traits. Let me see. When different people with different hereditary traits get together. Okay, let me see. I'll be going in deep, man. I like to go to the nitty gritty stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry for holding you up. It's just,
Oh no,
my wisdom's
you
failing
okay? You okay?
on this concept.
When people with different hereditary traits have children, that process, the results are described differently depending on whether you are talking about biology, sociology, or history. Look at scientific prescription. Genetic admixture occurs when two or more previously isolated populations began interbreeding. This creates a new population with the mosaic genome. So he's leaning back to DNA, right? Mixing of different hereditary lines is often called heterosis or hybrid vigor. Let me maybe it's on the screen here. Okay. Historical culture, Masseje, because he brings back to Masseje, multiracial, cosmopolitan. So the different terms that he used, right? So basically, what it
Yeah.
is it's um, when you adapt to the climate. Let me go in another direction. When you move and your body adapts adapts to a climate, what is that called? Oh, he gave me another word. Acclimatization. He's going in deep. These terminologies. It has to do with your body. Where I'm trying to go with this is this here. Your
Yeah.
body reacts to where you are. In other words, the noses change. Europeans' noses wasn't always pointed.
Okay.
So as times change, the DNA adjusted to the climate, is what I'm trying to say. So therefore, there's been theories that kind of say that that's not true. There have been theories that kind of concurs with that, right? Um, I don't. I hear what you're saying there. We shall be changed in a moment, twinkling of an eye. Yah will shall behold us to be in His image. All who becomes His covenant keeping people. I see. The Most High made us, right, and the reality of the matter is that there is a specific people that the Most High chose. Now, whether you want to connect that to the color of a person's skin, uh, that's not the fact of the matter is that originally, right? The reason why we teach Black history because originally the Israelites were a melanated people, Black people with different shades. Okay, now because we've through the time in history we've immigrated, scattered, led captive. I did a lesson on that a while back. We were led captive into all nations, led, scattered, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wasn't captured and led captive. Some people scattered, right? So the reality of the matter is that there is a special people from a biblical dynamic, right? Uh, Let me kind of try to put it this way. It's not about color. Above all people. Okay, now this is Exodus. Have chosen you to be above all people. That goes all through the covenant. Exodus 19:5. He says that if you keep my covenant, you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for the earth is mine. That's what the Most High said to the people of Israel. So people of Israel are not on the same level of any other nation of people. Now, the reality of the matter is that the hidden part of it, they try to bury the identity of the people of the book. If the Most High said that you are above, let me see, Deuteronomy 7:6 says, he says, "For thou art a Kodesh people unto Yah, and he hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth." So, Brother Aklamar, whoever those people are, originally, this is the point I'm making, those people originally were a Negroid people. Now, where we are today, that's a whole nother level. We got people that might look like Negroid people, but they might be Caucasoid because their fathers, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So I think that's the point that Lamar is trying to make. But the point of the matter is that the original people that the Mosai said that are his special people were a Negroid people who
Indeed.
intermarried amongst Egyptians and Canaanites. Are all Negroes Israelites? No, we're not saying that because we don't know their paternal lineage.
Yeah, because you also have to consider that, Edomites, Negro, Moabites, Ishmaelites. So it's kind of like saying all Hebrews are Israelites. It's not really a true statement.
Right. Right. It's correct. Exactly. So yeah, you can't say that um, every Israelite. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this in here right. You can't say that every Israelite, every black person is an Israelite
No,
because some of them may be a Hamite. Some of them that look like Hamite, like I said, might be Caucasian, might be a Japhite.
it's true.
But here's the reality of the matter. Yah knows who we are.
Yeah, he does. He knows who everybody is.
And not only that, the people that oppress you know who you are too.
Huh,
And
so you
there's
think they can tell the difference?
right, and there's a reason behind why they keep you oppressed. So if the system is keeping you oppressed, then they know that you are of that stock, right?
Because
Now
if
we
they
got
can
some
keep you
Israelites,
down,
huh?
then they can stay in control.
Right. Now we got some Israelites. I have a different view about the blessings and the cursings, and me and Morey Josiah, we kind of disagree on this, but I do believe that the blessings and cursings are on Israelites. Blessings and cursings. So we can't identify, and from my perspective, you can't identify an Israelite because they're cursed, because they're in poverty. I didn't grow up in a poverty family, so but I know other
Yeah, I didn't
Israelites
either.
that all they have known is having they what it say in Romans, he said having their heads bowed down looking up. I come from a family of business farmer. Um, they own farmland, they own real estate, and they were just as black as black can be.
I guess it also kind of goes back to when I would travel the world, I would go to these JFEDIC countries and there would be people struggling, there would be poor people there, but that don't mean they're an Israelite though.
Right.
So I guess the concept of attaching all poverty to meaning you're Jacob's seed is not really a correct way to go.
Well, not only that, but if you, a lot of people are cursed because of decisions.
That too.
We want to blame it on the Israelite curse or the Hamitic curse when we have made bad decisions. You know, we try to live in an area that we don't have the income to support. We try to keep up with the Joneses.
I guess we're kind of quick to blame the devil for everything and not think about our own decisions.
Right. We blaming the devil. The devil's trying to steal everything. The devil ain't trying to steal everything. It's just that we made bad decisions, right?
Yeah.
And we had to make better decisions, right? Sometimes we make
Yeah.
bad business decisions. We get in financial debt. Sometimes we end up with somebody we're not supposed to be with because I don't want to be lonely. And then we create
True.
other issues, right? And we blame the devil. The devil did it,
Yeah.
right? You believe in saving money, but you end up hooking up with somebody who wants to spend every dime they got. So now you inherit that part from them. It ain't the devil,
Now, now you're in trouble.
right? Yeah, that's it. That's it. So, but the color thing is a smokescreen. I always said that. But the thing of it is that if you, it, I believe this part here though. If you are people that have lost, the scriptures talk about Israel losing their heritage,
Uh-huh.
losing your history, knowing when you are a person that you can't go beyond the shores of America to find out your paternal or your ancestry, it's a close, uh, it's a good chance that you are of the house of Israel.
I think that's fair. And going back to the Japhetic thing about some being darker and all that type of stuff, I guess it's kind of like I'm not sure if you've heard of Cheddar Man, but dark skinned European, but has a genetic connection to the modern European.
Yeah.
So I guess it's that type of thing.
Well, I gave an example earlier. I don't know if he was in the class, but my mother and father, I have five brothers and sisters that we all have the same mother and father,
Yeah,
but we all different shades.
that's true. I mean, even with my family.
I'm the lightest person. They used to say I was light, bright, and damn near white when I was little. My brother, my youngest brother, he's dark complected. My sister, she's dark. My oldest brother, he's 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 browner than me, not as high yellow as me. And my baby sister, she is she's about my complexion, about the same tone, right? We all had the same mother and father. We all different shades. That's the point I was trying to make. So when Yefeth uh, and Shem and Ham were born, it's possible that they all could have had different shades,
Indeed.
right? So to
Yeah.
add to that, as they migrated to different places, it affected their makeup, the genetic makeup,
Hmm.
and a combination of other things that goes in with it, right?
Yeah. Then you get narrow noses and straight hair a couple years down the line, and here we are today.
You go to Africa, you'll see there. If you go online and say, "Are there any Africans that have blue eyes?" You'll find some Africans with blue eyes. It wasn't just a trait from a European, Caucasian.
So I guess that's the capabilities of Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Somehow, how do you explain an African with blue eyes?
It's true.
You know, my dad had hazel color eyes.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
It's pretty crazy.
I
All
got
right.
black
Well,
I got black eyes.
thanks for helping because I was, that's been a stumbling block for me for a while about, the Greek thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, your color doesn't identify your ethnicity. It can, but not necessarily 100%
Yeah.
true. So some black people in America might be Egyptians,
Uh,
or they
that'll
could
be
be a
something.
Greek. Maybe they are Greek. You
Maybe.
know, or they maybe the Edomites. Maybe some Israelites that think the Israelites are actually Edomites,
I think that's more common than we think.
and maybe that's the reason why they keep beating the horse that Esau the white man, because they don't want nobody to point the finger at them and say he's an Edomite.
It would
Because,
make sense.
huh?
It would make sense. I'm telling you, some of these brothers don't even have like an Israelite spirit, if that's even biblical. But
Well, ask this question next time you run into somebody that in those camps that teach Esau a white man. Ask them, did Esau have any black children?
well, they try and say the Canaanites are white, so that's what they try and get around with that.
So Esau didn't have any children that looked black. All his children came out white.
That's ridiculous.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at Adam, I mean, look at Noah, according to, I want to say, is the book of Enoch, uh, Noah was born an albino.
Hmm.
That explains that right there. So he had the genetic makeup to have to bounce off his lack of melanin on one of, if not all three of his sons in the DNA, that they have the ability to produce various shades of and tones of people, right?
Yeah. And the funny
Uh,
thing about it,
Go ahead.
oh, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying. I'm gonna see if I can pull it out of the book of Enoch for you, so you can see. Okay.
The funny thing is about the Esau thing, how I've pulled them out a lot in the past. But when you look at the ancient depictions and, like Atmoni and Redi, Esau himself was a man of color and his descendants are black. So the whole concept of Esau being European fails at the standpoint that Europeans existed before Esau and Esau himself was black.
Right. Okay. Enoch, book of Enoch, first Enoch. Okay. It says the text is Enoch, first Enoch 106, verse 2 through 3. It says the text describes the infant Noah as having features that were physically luminous and distinct from the common humanity. His skin, the text says his body was white as snow and red as a rose.
There you go.
So Noah, now this kind of brings a little home for you, right? So Noah
Yeah.
had produced a white offspring.
That's what I believe how we get the Japhetic white man, because we know that Esau was not the birth of the so-called white man for many reasons. For one thing, he wasn't even white, but also Europeans existed before Esau. So Noah being the father of humanity and having those genes makes it possible for what we have today.
Mm-hmm. Now watch this. Watch me ask second. Watch me ask Gemini this question here. Where did white skin come from? um, in context of your previous question about Enlightenment science, Boyd Dawkins, and genetic traits, the origin of white skin or light skin is the story of biological survival and geography rather than single event. Scientifically, light skin is depigmentation that occurred as human populations migrated away from the equator. Heard that?
Oh, okay.
So as they moved away from the equator, the skin became depigmented. The
That's
vitamin
interesting.
D, huh?
That's
The,
interesting.
the vitamin D hypothesis, most widely accepted explanation is the need for vitamin D. Dark skin protection. Human ancestors of Africa involved high levels of melanin dark pigment to protect against intense UV radiation. Melanin prevents the sun from destroying folate, B vitamin, which is crucial for health and reproduction. Light skin absorption. When humans migrated to northern climates like Europe and northern Asia, there was such there was much less sunlight. Dark skin blocked too much UV, making it impossible for the body to produce enough vitamin D. The survival of the lightest. Those with slightly lighter skin were able to absorb more UV, produce vitamin D, and avoid bone disease like rickets. Over thousands of years, this trait became dominant in northern populations.
There you go.
So does that clear it up for you?
Yeah, I think that helps. Yeah, especially the Noah part.
So yeah, so Noah, um, so to I think the one West divisions know that part. Noah was born, if you consider Caucasian white, Noah was born white. He was an albino, but they'll say, well, he was a Negro.
Yeah,
Well,
they'll say
Negro
that.
comes from the word black, right?
Oh, really?
Right, yeah,
I
because
I
Negro
thought
is a
I
Spanish
didn't know
word.
that because
So
this whole time I thought Negro meant Afro and flat nose.
if he's a Negro, he had to be black.
Dang. Okay. Because when I kept asking you how were Javon and Kitten Negro, I thought Negro was like the whole phenotype of the skull shape and the thick hair and all that.
Yeah, right, exactly. Um, so the thing
I guess
is
this is
that
why the doctrine of race doesn't make any sense.
it was made up, right?
Yeah,
It was made up because we all come from one blood,
it's true.
right? But but here's the kicker to that. Although we came from one blood, but the Most High chose a specific people to be His people above all people, and
Don't the
everybody was,
people
huh?
don't don't the strangers who come into the covenant though, Isaiah 56, aren't they special too though?
And they had to have come out of the loins of Abraham, because you got to go back to what He promised Abraham.
Yeah,
uh, the air. So you have two. There's two parts to that. Um, you could become a covenant son or daughter and be of any nation,
that's true.
but there are certain specific promises to each nation.
Yeah, I guess that don't remove Jacob's promises.
Right. You can't move Jacob's promises. Right. And so color means nothing, but the tribal origin means everything, because the Most High specifically made a promise to Abraham. That's why I was going back to Abraham. Most High promised Abraham a seed, not a spiritual seed, a natural seed. And so
That's
you
true.
have the natural Israelite that are promises that's specific to them, and you have people who can join the covenant. There are promises that they inherit, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that I think Christianity has done us a disservice, because I even heard some Hebrews believe that when you die, you go into heaven.
Oh boy. Yeah, that whole thing. When the scripture says like the new Jerusalem comes down. So what are we going up for?
Well, salvation. See, I think that a lot of Hebrews that have been Christianized don't really comprehend salvation.
Yeah, I'm still
Salvation.
of the man.
Go ahead.
I'm still of the belief that salvation just means inheritance of the kingdom, but that might not be true.
Well, I mean, salvation is in the definition of the word itself, right?
Yeah,
So
maybe, I don't
if
know.
you live somewhere and you can't pay your bills, you don't have nothing to eat, your health is decaying, everything around you falls apart, then you're not living salvation. But
Yeah, I mean, you're light years ahead of me on that one.
well, the thing is that we made salvation to be a religious thing. Salvation is not a religious thing. It's a thing whereas the Most High created us, right? He gave us instructions, said, you follow these instructions, you're going to have this, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You go and say, oh, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he grows, um, he won't go, how to go, he won't go astray, go away from it. Then he says, the rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is a servant to the lender, right? Salvation says, okay, don't owe more than you make. So
Okay.
when you in debt, right? You're a young man, you get a wife who's a gold digger. She got to have $2,000 a day income, and you might make $2,000 a week.
So now you
But you
can't
love
pay it.
her because, huh?
So now you can't pay it back.
Right. So you love her because you like the way she looked, you like the way she make you feel. She had in mind, she saw you as a opportunity for her to get her gold digging lifestyle fulfilled. And now you married to her, and you struggling working 3 or 4 jobs so she can get that $2,000 a day, right? So she can live that
Yeah.
lifestyle that she wants to live. So now you're not living in salvation. You're not the word salvation, right?
Yeah.
When you define everywhere you see salvation in the Bible, this is what most people miss. It has nothing to do with you dying and going to heaven at all.
So that's the Christian version.
Right. Everywhere you see the word salvation, right, is the word Yahshua, which means, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Let me blow it up. Okay. So Yahshua, they got Yeshua, but it's actually Yahshua, but that's a whole nother argument for another day.
Yeah.
Um, that's Yiddish Hebrew. They're going to put that in Yiddish, right? But anyway, it says deliverance, aid, victory, and prosperity. That's what salvation is.
Prosperity. Interesting.
Right. So if you're not prospering, right,
Then
if you
you
owe
don't have
everybody,
salvation.
you don't have salvation because salvation is not about religion. You feel in a certain kind of, well, I'm saved. Thank you.
So
That's
that
what
means Donald
Christianity
Trump
is.
has salvation.
Huh?
That means Donald Trump has salvation.
Right. He's got salvation now. So you got select Gentiles that are experiencing their salvation, right?
Yeah.
You go to the Forbes, and you look up. Let me see. You look up Forbes richest people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You go here, Forbes richest people. All right, and click on this thing here. It comes up. Forbes real time billionaires. Okay, here's a billionaires list here. World billionaire list. Okay, so here you got. Look who comes up on here. Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, right?
Yeah.
Elon Musk in there, right?
Yeah.
Kardashian. That's funny, right? But these people have salvation right now.
They do.
Salvation means you got prosperity, right?
Yeah.
Or does it mean you're gonna have everything you want? Not necessarily, because the money is not the answer to all things.
No.
You know, sometimes you might get a wake up call. But generally speaking, Oprah, Tyler Perry can go anywhere they want to go
Pretty much, yeah.
and get what they want.
Alrighty. I'm gonna have to go. It's been great being here.
Yeah. I'm gonna get something to eat, man. All right. Hey, I appreciate you coming on. And brother Lamar, appreciate your
Yeah,
input there, my brother.
thanks for helping me.
And the questions. Yes, sir. All right. I'll chat with you later.
All right, take care.
All right. Shalom. All right. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. So, brother Lamar, anytime you want to talk to me, my brother. And I think we agree more than you probably comprehend. I think a lot of times people um, mistake what I say in identifying the people of the book. But the reality matter is that as a whole, as a nation, we as a people haven't had salvation for a long time. You know, I'm learning to operate in wisdom for salvation, right? So one of my greatest revelations was this: get out of debt. When you get out of debt, you have freedom. Um, that's part of salvation, right? And I'm gonna leave that right there. So with that said, praise y'all for the 8 people that are still logged in. Love you with the love of y'all, and we'll see you all again at the appointed time. See y'all next.